Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 6 p.m. on June the 25th of 2026. This is our regular agenda council meeting. Notice is hereby given that Bruceville-Eddy City Council will conduct a meeting on Thursday, June the 25th of 2026, beginning at 6 at a regular meeting place in the City Council, City Hall, 144 Wilcox Drive, Texas. Notice of the meeting given time, place, date, and subject was posted as described as a VTCA Government Code 551.041 for the purpose of considering the following agenda items. Whew. All right, that's a tongueful. All right. Meetings are available to watch on our YouTube channel. Search for the City of Bruceville-Eddy and click the subscribe button. Please mute your phones and computers so it won't cause interference. Let me do the same thing since I'm telling y'all to do that. So, all right, mine's done. All right. I want to thank everybody for the evening. I say good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order on June the 25th of 2026 City Council meeting for the City of Bruceville-Eddy, Texas. The time now is 6:02. I'm going to write that down. p.m. Please make sure to place your phones on silence so as we start this meeting. At this time, if you would please stand for the vocation, the prayers, followed by a pledge of allegiance. And tonight, our stuff is given to us by Joyce Gain. She is a minister at Trinity Full Gospel in Belton, Texas. Joyce?
Well, I want to thank y'all for this opportunity to get to do this. As I was praying over doing this, the Lord brought two scriptures to my mind. I'm going to read from the Passion Translation. It says in Proverbs 3:5, trust in the Lord completely and do not rely on your own opinions. With all your heart, rely on Him to guide you, and He will lead you in every decision you make. And then also over in Proverbs 16:3, before you do anything, put your trust totally in God and not in yourself. Then every plan you make will succeed.
Amen. Okay.
Lord, I just thank you for this opportunity to pray over this council meeting, Lord. I ask you to guide them, direct them, give them wisdom in all their decisions that they make, but most of all, that you are right there in the middle helping them make these decisions, Lord. And I ask you to bless each and every one that is speaking tonight, and also each and everything that is going to be talked about. Lord, let there be no confusion. Let there be wisdom and guidance in all that is done tonight. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Joyce. You're welcome to stay in with us more of the meeting, okay? All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God and indivisible. You may have a seat. Good to see everybody out there. Okay. Okay, I want to go ahead. Do it. Okay. All right, in the back we have Michael Dorsey, our Chief of Police. We have Renee Flores, who is our City Secretary. We have Johnny Tabor and Chris from Tabor's and Associate. We have Chris and we have Ron from our City Waterworks Department. Which one's Chris? Ron and Jean. Well, hey, I got to mess up a name somewhere, okay? And then we have Jamie, our water clerk, is in the back. And then up here in the front row, we have Gil Gregory. He is with MRB Group, our people up there. And we also have a helper from MRB Group, and that is Miss McGruer. Forgot her first name. Danielle. There you go. I'm tired. You forget her name too? Me too. I should have just said Danny. Yeah, okay. And then up here to my left, I have Councilman Wiggins, Councilman McGruer. I have our city administrator, Lawrence. I'm not even gonna tell you who the mayor is. Okay, and to my, she is present. And to my right, I have our city lawyer and Mike Guevara, right?
Yes,
I couldn't,
that's
Guevara,
Mike's good.
all right. And then I have Miss Melissa, our city councilwoman, Councilman Prater, and Councilman Richardson. I don't think I've missed anybody. Looking around, did I miss anybody that needed to be announced? Okay, anyway, that is our crew, that's our roll call. Citizens' comments and reports. At this time, comments will be taken from the audience on any subject matter. To address the city council, please sign speaker's card located on the table just inside the council chamber and deliver it to the city secretary before the meeting begins. Please limit comments to 5 minutes. In accordance with the Open Meeting Act, council may not discuss or take action on any item that has not been posted on the agenda. Okay, and I have one person that wants to speak on that part, and that is Cindy Edmondson. Mrs. Edmondson, if you would take the mic, please.
The first thing I wanted to comment on was I wanted to thank Lawrence and our city council. And this has to do with last meeting, our city council meeting. He brought before the council the opportunity to engage a third party on our sewer system because we continue to have a lot of problems or whatever. So he brought forth a company that would do a extensive review of the work done by BlackRock. And I just want to say I appreciate you bringing it forth to the council, but I also appreciate the council approving, because we probably were going to spend a great amount of money to do the analysis, because something that crucial and holding BlackRock's feet to the fire before the warranty period, I just wanted to say thank you. Okay. The second thing I wanted to address was I love the fact that citizen, visitor, presenter can come up here and have their time, speak their mind, speak their piece, okay? When someone, I feel like when someone comes up before the council, the citizens or whatever, and they have an issue with the city council, a city council member, a city employee, a neighbor, they have the ability to come up here and present what is bothering them, okay? I love the fact that we can do that in this city, okay? What I would like to propose is the person that basically is being called out, be it city council, a council member, it doesn't matter. The person being called out, I'd like to propose that that person that's being called out would have the opportunity to also come before the council and before the citizens in the meeting to provide information that they have for their part in the situation. I feel like one person or one side of the story is just very hurtful to the overall situation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you have any, is that all you wanted to say? You had 5 minutes. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Okay, Sherry, you wanted to speak? Mrs. McGruer?
Just a couple of general community announcements. One is the first Friday of July is coming up, and we will not have bingo at the United Methodist Church because of the holiday. So don't show up because the doors will not be open. But the third Friday, we're still having bunco. And also, on the 4th of July, the Lorena Fire Department is having their major fundraiser. So it would be great if we all went there and bought a hamburger or a hot dog from them to support them.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's from 9 to 2 or something.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anyone else have any special events or anything? The city, we have one here that City Hall will be closed on the 4th of July holiday, and we represent that by closing Friday, the 3rd. So we will not be here on the 3rd to represent the 4th of July. Okay, nobody else has anything they want to, no events coming up, any church events or anything? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to remind everybody that there's a new Pee Wee Football League, and they're looking for kids to sign up. They've got some free spots right now because people have donated. So if you know any kiddos that, I think they've got 3 teams, and they're trying to get those spots filled. So I think they have.
12 years needing 4.
Is it 12U? Okay, well, I know they have a little kid, medium kid. So probably if you have a kid that wants to play, I'm sure they can find a spot for them, so.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Okay, consent agenda item. All consent agenda items are considered routine by the city council and will be interacted on by one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless a council member requests an item to be removed or considered separately. 1A is council to discuss, consider, and probably take action to approve the minutes from regular council meeting, May the 28th, 2026, a special called meeting, June the 12th, 2026. B, council discuss, consider, and probably take the action on the May 2026 financial report for the general water and sewer fund account. C, council to discuss, consider, and probably take action to write off bad debts for special utility accounts. Does anyone wish to remove an item from this consent agenda? Okay, all right, moving right along. So do I need a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, Richardson? All right, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate that. Okay, I got that. So, the next item on the agenda is items for consideration. Discuss, take action, or pass on any of the following. Council to discuss, consider, and probably take action on a citizen agenda item, request from A1, Beck related, to report flash flooding, mitigation request near the corner of 3rd Street and Mackey Ranch Road. Okay, and do we have somebody here to speak? My neighbor. Spit your name, sir, please. Speak your name.
Good evening. My name is Al Beck.
Okay.
I live at 7269 Mackey Ranch Road, first house on Mackey Ranch, right next door to our mayor. And I just want to say first, thank you all for letting me come and speak and address our city council. I really appreciate that. Not everybody has that opportunity, so thank you. A week and a half ago, our house was flooded. And it was that heavy rain. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening, but the situation that I think is that field across the street on Mackey Ranch gets oversaturated, and then the ditches fill up, and we just get this wave of water that comes across the road and straight into my front door. This is the second time it's happened in 2 years. I think we all remember 2024, pretty serious flood there. And I just was wondering if there's anything the city can do that they should do. I don't know who's responsible for what. I don't know if I should be digging ditches or, doing things like that. But my thought is if there was a way to kind of expand or deepen the ditches on both sides of Mackey Ranch Road, that might be helpful. I think another problem is that the culvert underneath my driveway is too small. It's a 16-inch culvert. But if you go one house down at the corner of 3rd Street, you got 2 16-inch culverts, and that still gets pretty full. So I think that's kind of a backlog there where sometimes that fills up and it floods. So I just wondered what can be done. I know there's some things that may have to be done by the county, some things can be done by the city. I'll be working on some things myself, but my fear is if I go ahead and try to remediate the flooding on my property, it's just going to push the water off onto other people's property, and I don't want to do that.
Okay, all right. Does any council member have anything for Mr. Beck on this? If not, I'm going to let he can ask us questions. Y'all have any questions for him? Okay. Now, your question is you want to know if there's anything that we can do as far as the city goes. Is this correct?
Yeah, so
Okay. At one time, we did go out and dig the ditch a little deeper. We removed that one, I call it tin horn.
Yeah.
We moved the tin horn by my house so they could get the ditch a lot deeper, okay? This flood that happened, that the one that hit Waco, that flooded those houses, I didn't get anything from the field across the highway, across 107, but I did get the flooding from Melissa. It come across the back there through my daughter's crematory and y'all's backyard, and then it hit my backyard, and I had all kinds of debris that come under my fence. But we can probably do a little deeper ditch there by your house, and we'll look at the tin horn on that also, and we'll get with Gene and them, and we'll talk to them in just a minute. I'll give them a chance to answer some questions. And also, if it gets deeper, then it's gonna be hard to mow, so we're gonna have to keep it sprayed, you know, because I can't mow mine, so I have to kill it all the time or weed eat it down.
Yeah.
Because we did do that once before, but apparently it hasn't helped your area, your side. As far as the other side of Mackey Ranch, that was taken care of by TxDOT, right? Am I saying that right? TxDOT, or the county, was taken care of by the county.
Yes.
But now they have decided not to do this. So we're gonna have to get with them. I'm gonna call Mr. Smith. He's a guy that we can call, and Mr. Jim Smith, and see what he can do about helping us get that one dug a little deeper. Okay, Gene, now you
Yeah.
want to address this?
So I did reach
Got your
out.
mic on?
Yes.
Okay.
I did reach out to Justin with the county
Okay,
when I found out about it. And they're busy right now with roads that washed out. He said as soon as he could get somebody over there, they would take a look at it and see about getting the silt cleaned out of it.
okay,
Because every time they plow that field and stuff, then when it rains, that silt runs down in there. But right now, I don't have a time frame.
okay, all right. But we will look into it. We're looking
Yes.
into it. Okay, Mr. Richardson?
Mr. Beck, right? So you would want a ditch like kind of like similar to how in front of the mayor's house, that really deep ditch, that's something you'd want in front? Okay, I want to make sure of that, and I'm not sure how much it would do with the rain got that time, because I was going to work. I turned from Melissa onto Mackey Ranch, and if it wasn't for that stop sign as a landmark, I would probably ended
It
up
was
in the ditch.
crazy.
I couldn't tell
out
nothing.
there. I was out there, yeah.
Yeah,
It
it
crazy.
was, I was like,
And, you know, and there are other things I'm fixing to do on my property
Yeah.
too, you know, doing some swales. But again, my fear is if we don't get those ditches better, it's just gonna push that water onto your house and everybody else's house.
Yeah,
And that's
well,
not gonna
that's
help.
true, and when our houses were built, our houses are older, and normally the contractors, they build them above the level. Well, since our houses were built, they've raised the road up, I mean, they've raised everything else up higher, so it just comes to us. So, you know, that's why I did it one time, had that, I call it a little dam in front, but when we got that
Yeah.
deeper ditch, I haven't had any problem flooding my house. It does flood my backyard. Okay, Mr. Prater.
Yeah, about how, I tried to make it by your place today, but I got sidetracked. How deep is your ditch approximately?
Not that deep.
It's not, yeah.
It's a little steeper on the road side, but, you know, on the house side, it's actually, I would guess 6 to 8 inches below the peak of the road, the crown of the road.
Yeah.
So if it overtops, it just flows right over.
All right, well, y'all do know that when we do that, that's gonna put a higher spot on your side of the,
Which is
okay, on your
what I would love
property.
to have,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, mind if, would it be all right if I give a little more detail?
sir.
So I did reach out to a lot of people. Gene did reach out to the county, and I heard back from the county as well. Reached out to TxDOT, and I even reached out to our emergency management group with the county in Waco. So basically, county called, said that county used to maintain one side of the road. If I can find a picture of that somewhere. My emails are not doing too good today. This is kind of a look at it. You can see how basically this side's county. If you were to look at it just on Google Maps today, it'll show that, you know, this is out in the county, or ETJ. So at one time, we took care of the ditch just on this side. They took care of the ditch on this side. County explained to me whenever we annexed, apparently, some years back, up to Old Bethany Road, you know, that towards
Old Moody
Horseshoe.
Road.
Old Moody, I'm sorry. Old Moody, I apologize. They said that at that moment, a law passed around the same time saying if you annex, you no longer can split roads like this. You have to take you had to take both sides, the entire right-of-way under your care. That's what the county explained to me. So I really don't have all these documents. It's just kind of what I've heard, and I got to take it at face value at this point. So that kind of explains why at one time they were taking care of this side, we were taking care of that side, but now apparently it's on us to do both sides. So Gene did look into it. County looked into it. TxDOT looked into it. TxDOT informed me that they found no silt in here. County, it sounded like they said the same thing, right, Gene?
Yes.
And then you, Gene, also went and looked. No one found any plugging silt. So one thing I'd also like to share. Let me go to this.
Where they did not find the silt was at the corner where we cleaned out all those culverts and everything.
So this is from the county. This is some contours from their GIS. You can see, this is their drawing. You can see they drew the direction of flow. It looks like it's going right at that house, right? You see that? So if you watch these contours, they're steadily dropping. I don't know if you can see where my mouse is. That's 760 feet elevation, 756, 754, 750. You can see how it's going downhill, right? Gaining momentum. Right here is 726 before it hits the road. Back here around the house, it looks like it drops down to, behind the house, it's 710 over here. But it looks like it's kind of in the 722 range, where across the streets is 726, 724. So it's like a 2-foot drop as you go. So like this is a large volume of water and a large field that's not covered. It's going to do a sheet flow is how they describe this. If you really look at that water has no stoppage, no crop, no nothing. I mean, it's just sheet flowing directly with the contours. That's how, honestly, water works, period. It goes downhill no matter what. So this is just nature. I also reached out to the emergency management group. Let me find that document that I wanted to share with you guys. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So I asked about what kind of storm this was historical-wise. It was on the tier of in between a 25-year event and a 50-year event. I know you all heard of 100-year and 500-year events, right? That's what kind of went down at Waco. This was the same time period. This was on the edge of basically being a 50-year, which is an elevated storm. I know it's hard to explain the layman terms of this. It's just basically a very hard rain event, essentially. You're going to get so many of these every once in a while. So this wasn't a normal event. That's confirmed. So the question is this ditch, we didn't design it. Obviously, I would assume the county designed it. I'm not sure who designed this ditch. What capacity flow was this designed for to handle, right? It has a capacity for so much volume. Well, whenever you're talking about an abnormal storm with no encumbrances to it, does it need to be redesigned? Quite possibly. But you are talking about an abnormal storm. This isn't a normal one. But as far as the city, we don't have engineers and staff. We contract with MRB. We would have to reach out to them to do a design study on this if we wanted to redesign. Would be probably the best thing to do just to make sure. Because honestly, under the city's jurisdiction, we're operation and maintenance. We just make sure that it's cleaned out, there's no silt, there's nothing blocking it. As far as redesigns, it would probably be better to get some engineers to look at that if that were the case. But, whatever the council decides. Last little bit of tidbit I wanted to share on this was, I can't remember what it was now.
That's sometimes disease kind of.
Yeah, Gene, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, let Mr. Wiggins go, and then I'll go
Okay.
after
Okay.
Mr.
Yeah,
Wiggins.
Did you have
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, Mr. Wiggins had his
Okay.
hand up earlier.
Okay, now, I believe, Mayor Owens, you stated earlier that, since your ditch was cleaned out, they made it deeper there, that you hadn't had any issue since then. And we, the city, are the ones that did that ditch for you. So,
They started it at
yeah.
their driveway.
Instead of trying to get an engineer to tell us how to dig a ditch, let's get our city workers over there, and they can dig that ditch just like they did yours, in front of his house and maybe across the road, and I think that'd probably help fix it. Now, even though this storm might be nearly 50 years, well, it don't matter. If the next time it comes and it floods his house, we don't want that.
It's whatever the, the body's direction is. It's certainly an option. I'm not saying people don't know how to design ditches. It's just, you take on liability if the house does float again. But anyway, one thing I wanted to, I'm sorry, I'm going to get right to you. The last thing, it just came to mind, the last thing I wanted to let the council know, audience as well, is a previous city I worked at, we had a similar issue, and I'll just throw it out there. I don't know if it'll work or not, but we requested the landowner, which the landowner on this side is like some kind of group. It's Swan Industries, Swan Development. Anyway, we had a previous situation. We asked the landowner if they can build up a berm along the side of the property, along the ditch, to help direct all of that sheet flow from this field, because this is a very large field, and it's going naturally with the contours where it's going. But build a little berm to see if it can direct it towards 107 and that culvert. Just an option. I don't know, and I don't know who these people are, but that is all.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. McGruer?
Yeah, when Swan acquired this property, they were gonna build some homes in there. Actually, Councilman Wiggins rightfully brought up, if they build homes there, the drainage off that, because it's no longer gonna be dirt and grass, it's gonna be hard surfaces, draining water in that. And so they did a survey at that time saying, we're gonna build a
Retention pond.
a retention pond, okay, and have that all go into the retention pond. Now, I'm way displaced from any kind of an engineering experience, so I do know, or at least I believe, that there actually are engineers that are professionals and focused on this kind of drainage and flood mitigation. And I'm not sure that it's not a bad idea that we look at that, because as they develop this area, we don't want to have to go back in there and redesign something or something like that. Let's take care of it today. And if it requires putting a retention pond in there, fine. But then you're going to have to somehow direct all that water into that retention pond. And so this, like I said, is outside my wheelhouse, but an engineer who does this for a living could come and look at this and say, this is the slope, this is what they do, let's do that.
Okay.
Mr. Wiggins?
Okay. Like I said, with the mayor's house not being flooded again, and our guys went out there and deepened that ditch and widened it a little bit. I say, let's try that, let's do that. That's some action that we can take now, and then we don't have to do some kind of study and cost us a bunch of money on the engineer to tell us how to dig a ditch. So I say we do that because we have facts that when we did do that, then the mayor's house did not get flooded. So let's just do that. And I don't mind making a motion to that effect.
Quick question before
And
you go
that
there.
was my suggestion to begin.
Gene?
with.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, okay.
Well, let's go ahead. We got two more people. We got-
Yeah,
Okay.
Just to firm up with what you're requesting. Gene, you have the team resources to do that, or is that something you wanted to reach out to the county? I know we have the interlocal agreement. What are your thoughts?
The county side, I'm gonna let the county, if they can get to it, and we'll try to take care of the city side first, and if need be, we'll work on the other side.
What are you calling the city side and the county side? I thought you just said
One side is-
both
but-
sides were the city now.
Yeah, but we're also talking with the county to see if they won't come out there and help us, like do that side, since it used to be their part that they maintained.
Right, but I thought you said that they wasn't gonna have time now.
Well, he didn't give me a time, he can't give me
He
a
give a
time
time
frame,
frame.
just like I can't give a time
Because they
frame.
got flooded.
Yeah.
They had
Yeah.
homes underwater.
So,
in Waco.
but my question was, what kind of driveway do you have? Is it asphalt or is it gravel?
The
Where your
driveway's
culvert is?
concrete.
Concrete where your culvert is?
The concrete culvert, 16-inch culvert.
Right, but what kind of driveway is on top of it?
Concrete.
Okay, that's out of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, so he can't do concrete on the culverts.
Yep, but you can you can make the ditch like you did it.
Yeah, we can
Mayor
do the
Owens.
ditch,
You can do
but I
that. That's
can't
what I'm
replace-
saying, do the ditch. I didn't say replace the,
And I,
He
I-
asked
Manhole.
about the culvert.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm just talking
I
about the
actually think
ditch.
that, where the culvert is, I think it's actually gravel. on
Gravel,
top of that
it's
culvert.
gravel. It's the same as it was on mine.
If I
It's gravel.
check it out and see if it's gravel, I've got a tin horn, I don't know what size. We could replace it to try to help get some water flow,
Yeah.
more water flow.
We're
But
gonna
I know
work
it-
on
I
it.
know it's
That'd be
not
great.
blocked, because
We're
I
gonna
did
work
check
on it.
that.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Richardson.
Yeah, I was just gonna kinda agree with Mr. Wiggins here. I mean, seems like a good first step so far as with our money and resources, everything. We work on seeing what Gene and his crew can do, dig the ditches a
What
little
I
deeper,
said.
look into the culvert. And we can always readjust down the road and do the study and redesign if we have to. So I mean,
Yeah.
we're not excluding that option if we do it this way.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, as I said, that's what we're gonna start to do first. We're gonna do that first.
Does that sound
okay?
good to you?
We're
I'd
gonna
like to
try
make
to
a
do the
motion.
ditch. Okay, Mr. Wiggins?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we have our crew go out and clean that ditch out. Make it a little wider and deeper in front of Mr. Beck's house and possibly across the road from him. Make that ditch wider and deeper too. And when, I know that you may be busy, but, we know y'all can do it, 'cause you did it on Miss Owens's.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
saying we can't do it.
Yeah,
it's just-
yeah, I didn't say
Um,
when, I just said
but-
that we can, that's my motion anyway.
And
I'll
real
say
quick,
stand
on,
as
on
is.
the making it wider, we'll make it as wide as we can, but I do have a 3-inch water line that runs down in front of
Okay.
that house.
Just-
So
Okay.
we'll do it as wide as we can. and
Yes, sir.
Just try to match the depth
Sure.
of what's
Yeah.
on the
And I
corner.
appreciate, and as far as that, the widening in front of my house, it's just a corner of my property that gotten widened.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ditch in front of my house has never been touched. It's just, it's just that little section between,
Yeah.
from your cul-de-sac,
Okay, she's
come from your tin horn to the drainage there, that's all it got widened. But yeah, you can do that. We're gonna work on it, sir, all right?
Okay, that's my motion.
And that, then we,
I'd second.
yeah, I know. We have a motion to do this. Do I have a second?
Mr. Prater seconded.
Okay, Richardson?
Mr.
Okay.
Prater did.
Prater, all right. All right, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we will work
Thank
on
you,
it.
Mr. Beck.
I just want to say,
Thank you, Mr. Beck.
I'm dumbfounded. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Miss Sir. We're gonna get you taken.
We may be slow, but we are here to try to help.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you.
You bet. Thank you. All right, okay. All right, the next item on the agenda is council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action to approve a renewal notice and benefits verification form through Texas to Texas Health Benefits Pool. All right, and do we have somebody here? Yes, we do, young lady. If you'll state your name.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Heather Von Gonten. I am with Texas Health Benefits Pool, and we handle the city's medical benefits. So I prepared a presentation to just kind of go over where the city is with claims experience, the renewal, the 5-year history, and the power of the pool. So, Lawrence?
Yeah, we can do that. I apologize.
No worries.
All right,
Here we go.
here we go.
All right, so I first just want to recognize the partnership. The city of Bruceville-Eddy came on board and joined the pool in 2019. So we're going 7 years strong on our partnership. So I just wanted to say I appreciate the continued support and commitment that the city has had with us over the years. I'm looking forward to many more to come. So this is our agenda. I'll go over a little bit about who Texas Health Benefits Pool is, just in case you're unfamiliar. Again, going over the city's claims performance, the renewal, your current contributions, rate history, some value-added programs that we have, and then I'll open it up to any questions. Okay? And then you can skip to the next one, please. All right, so this is showing you the history of the pool itself. We were founded in 1979. We have our trustees that we'll get to here in a bit that have come together, city officials just like yourself. We started out with 117 Texas cities, and now we have over 700 that are enrolled in the pool. With that, between all the employees and members, their covered dependents, we have over 22,000 that are currently in the pool with over 15,000 employees. And then on this slide, this is just showing you the state map of our trustees as well as our trustees at large. So Bruceville-Eddy is in Region 9, and Warren Anglin from the city of Beck represents your region, which is right there in the middle. And then this slide is just going to show you kind of the current year that we're dealing with in 2026, as well as our long-term stability with the pool itself. So I'll get into some of the challenges that health carriers are seeing with rising healthcare cost. And so our 26-27 average rate increase for our entire pool is double digits this year, which is kind of unheard of for us, but it is at 11.5%. But with looking back for the last 9 years, our average is just above 6%. And the competitors with Blue Cross, United Healthcare, Aetna, they are coming in at plus 20%. So even though we do have a higher average rate this year, that doesn't necessarily mean that all groups receive that. And we're really proud of what we have to offer with our robust benefits package, rate stability, and spreading the risk between the claims within our pool. So the next slide. This is just showing you the 2026 trends. So trends are where we expect increases in healthcare costs to go from year over year. The pharmacy trends have remained at 8%, which is still pretty high, whereas this year the medical trends have surpassed that, and we're looking at 10 to 15% on the medical side. And I'll get to the cost drivers here in a bit. But the medical, the 10 to 15% is the highest trend on the medical side that we've seen in a generation, which is unfortunate. And then on this slide, this is going over the cost drivers. So looking at the left, you'll see year over year kind of where the cost drivers and where the percent increase was. The cost drivers that we're seeing this year are with GLP-1 medications. The pool has a program for weight loss with GLP-1 medications. However, that is member responsibility, and I'll get to that towards the end. But as you can imagine, with the popularity of those medications, with supply and demand, the overall cost have significantly increased. And even though we don't cover them for weight loss, we do, of course, still cover them for type 2 diabetics. And once the manufacturer has an increase in their cost, that trickles down, and we're now seeing and having that as our top cost driver. The other few are cancer cost. Cancer remains the highest paid diagnosis in the pool. We're seeing, of course, the treatment being more expensive with younger onset, as well as the overall time frame that it takes for folks to, get out of remission. Good news is we are seeing folks become healthy where they might not have in the past with new technology and medications and treatment. However, as you can imagine, that is very expensive. The third bullet point is provider wage inflation. This is what we're dealing with a lot here lately. If you've read anything in the news about how you have insurance companies that want to negotiate with the providers, the hospitals, the doctors. Once they get to the end of their contract term, usually the providers are asking for more money for the same services that they're offering. and goes through negotiations, and a lot of times more money has to be offered in order for the partnership to continue that business relationship. We have a very broad network with Blue Cross Blue Shield, but the providers and what they charge at time of service has a substantial increase from years over the last few years anyway. And then, of course, just a post-COVID increase where folks may not have received care that they might have needed, and now they're dealing with other conditions from that by not getting the care when pretty much everything was shut down or couldn't be scheduled in time. Okay. Now we are looking at the 2026 benefit changes with the pool. The first bullet point is where the telemedicine will be covered at 100%. The second bullet point will go over new programs towards the end of the presentation. We are, on the third bullet point, going to pause a type 2 diabetic program for Twin Health, only because it was during a pilot mode, and we reached the maximum that we had, which was 300 members across our entire pool. So we're reviewing that and evaluating the return on investment there. The next one is we're going to offer new voluntary coverage, so hospital indemnity, critical illness, as well as accident coverage that is available upon renewal if the city would like to adopt that. The House Bill 4144, does not apply to your size city. The second to last, we are going to move our infusion therapy benefits to deductible and co-insurance. We are working on another value-added program for infusions. We just have not finalized that as of now. And so we're hoping to roll that out. It might not be effective upon your city's renewal, but hopefully in 2027 at some point. And then the very last bullet point is going over the rising cost, especially on pharmacy. Jardiance has had a substantial increase in the overall manufacturer cost, and so we are removing that from the formulary where your employees would have an upfront copay for a prescription. We actually sent out notifications if your city had anybody that currently takes that. Those were mailed back in May, and the change will take effect August 1st. But good news is there are other medications that treat the type 2 diabetes. All right, and now looking at your group-specific information on the claims performance. So I know it's maybe a little hard to see. This is what we call as our claims versus premiums. This is going to show you the last 24 months of data with the month on the far left there, looking back 24 months. Your covered employees, the covered dependent lives, the billed contributions, which is what the city pays Texas Health each month. The medical claims separated from your pharmacy. Mail order doesn't look like you had hardly any except for the month of February this year. And then we total the medical and pharmacy together and we get the average. So good news is, looking at the total through May of 2026, the city of Bruceville-Eddy is coming in at 55.72%. The target or break-even number is 85%. So you guys are doing really good on the overall claims experience. I'll get into kind of how we underwrite your size group being under 50, which is more geared towards your census demographics, age, gender, plan design, location, anniversary date, all of that once we get to the actual renewal. And then I just wanted to provide this as a snapshot of how your covered members are accessing care. So the biggest pie piece there in the turquoise is for outpatient. It's coming in at 66.1%, and that is the cost driver with your specific group. Office services is that other side on the navy blue. That would be for regular consultations or services that may apply in the office visit towards the deductible. If somebody's going in to a dermatologist, they do a skin scraping, that could definitely be filed as a surgical procedure. And so your office visits are just below the outpatient. Okay, and then the plan usage. On the top left, it might be hard to see. The turquoise is the more recent current year. The navy blue is the prior year. Again, this is data through 2026 in April. And when you add the medical and the pharmacy together, you get just over $245 per member per month. So we average out based on the total cost of the medical claims. and your total enrollees with dependents, and we come up with that average, even though we know that not necessarily all members are accessing medical or even pharmacy care, but this just kind of shows us how to look at it and review it year over year. Your gender, you'll see the breakdown there between males and females. The total paid network status, of course, is always good to see on the left-hand side. The majority of your members are staying in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield. There is a little bit for out-of-network, but that could be related to emergency room visits. They might be doing their due diligence in the facility review, but as you can imagine, the doctors may not always be in network. So whether it's the emergency room doctor, the anesthesiologist, or radiologist, there's a little bit of out-of-network usage there, but I wouldn't have worried about it, at least for now. We'll keep a watch on that. And then the very last one is just showing you your enrollment by member count. And so I see that we have 16 total employees enrolled and 24 covered dependents, totaling 40 altogether. Okay, and then the last piece that's related to your specific city here are the paid claims. On the left-hand side is a total plan paid for both medical and pharmacy at, of course, $93.3 thousand. That is for a full year, May of 25 through April of 26. In the middle, you'll see the total plan paid for the emergency room at $6.3 thousand, and urgent care to the far right at, unfortunately, not even $800. So just wanted to kind of pause and share that I feel that there's room for improvement with further education, making sure your covered members know where to go, the points of service, the cost behind each, and we have a lot of tools and resources that can help with that, so I'll work with the city with more education there. All right, and now on the next slide, you'll get to our 26-27 renewal. So good news is, even though Texas Health is looking at a double-digit average rate, we are offering the city of Bruceville-Eddy with a flat renewal this year, which is really unheard of in today's time, especially with the challenges on the healthcare cost. And just wanted to let you know that this is based on your current plan design. I wouldn't recommend any benefit changes because of the flat renewal, but we can always discuss that if needed. I also included the current plan year's contributions, what the city pays per employee and dependents. As you can see, the city is very generous in the contributions. In today's time, we don't really have a lot of groups or cities that cover dependent cost. So this is really good to see, and that's probably why you have so many dependents enrolled. But it is kind of challenging between your city budget as well as the healthcare insurance industry. But this is great that y'all are able to maintain the great coverage that you have, no rate increase, and hopefully be able to continue with the same contributions. And I just wanted to show you the 6-year rate change history for City of Bruceville-Eddy. So in 2022, you could see that there was a little bit of a jump on what the city received at 16%. That was with insurance carriers coming out of the pandemic, as you can imagine. And then throughout the last several years, including this year with, like I said, no increase, the overall average for 6 years is just at 4.5%. So that's really good when you look at what it could be if y'all had higher increases over the years. And then getting into our value-added benefits. So Texas Health, we do offer not only a $150 incentive to each of your covered employees and spouses, but also we have our on-site biometric screenings that I'll get to here in a bit. But we have 22 eligible adults that are available for these benefits, and Texas Health, we invest in your employees' and dependents' well-being and health overall. So our total for Bruceville-Eddy is $6.4 thousand, what we pay per member to have access to these programs. So that's us, providing back to the city here. And then on the next slide, we do have value-added programs. This one is Lantern. This is our non-emergency surgery benefit. We have offered this for the past few years. Good news is with your current plan design, if members remember about this benefit or kind of take advantage of the programs that we have already built in place. The non-emergency surgeries through Lantern are covered at 100% with no member out-of-pocket responsibility. And then on the next slide is our Circle Wellness Health biometric screenings. So this is also at no cost. We offer where Circle Wellness will come on site. They will take your employee's height, weight, BMI, take some, blood draw, and then provide a consultation to go over those results at no additional cost. The weight loss program that I mentioned earlier, our partnership is through Next Level. We have vetted the company, so like I mentioned, we do not cover this at all, but we do have it under our umbrella. So if the member wanted to sign up for it, there's a little bit of, initial consultation to determine eligibility. But if they are eligible, then they could have 12 months to visit with a health coach as well as receive the medications to help them on their weight loss journey. And now the next two benefits, these are going to be brand new as of your October 1st renewal. The first one is green imaging. This is where folks can receive MRIs, PET scans, CT scans. If they go through green imaging instead of Blue Cross Blue Shield, we will cover the imaging test at 100%. With, again, no member responsibility. And how it works is green imaging uses already established imaging centers. So more than likely, they would have to travel into Waco or Austin, which they probably already do as it is. But if they, again, remember this program and take advantage of it, then they won't have any costs at time of the imaging test. And then the next one is going to be a replacement. We currently have MD Live in force for our telehealth benefit. Beginning with your renewal, we're going to move that to TAP Telehealth. TAP stands for Text a Physician, so not only is it going to be more convenient for your employees, as if they had a family or friend, doctor, or nurse practitioner that they would text maybe in the middle of the night, this will be very similar to where they don't have to worry about registering for an account, having to remember their login credentials. They'll just have a phone number that they hopefully will plug into their phone, take advantage of that, text the physician, and those doctors can treat the medication, can treat the member with prescribing certain medications like an antibiotic or a decongestant. And what makes this benefit even better is, again, effective October 1st, it will allow the employee to cover up to 10 household members, even if they're not enrolled on the medical plan. And then I just wanted to break out the overall wellness from year to year. So you can see the different percentages here. I'd say in 24-25, the increase there is due to the Circle Wellness on-site biometric screenings. I went ahead and looked for 2026. It appears that you have one member that's already met their incentive, the $150. And then we've already coordinated with Esther. She has it set up for the on-site screenings for September 18th. So looking forward for that. And then on this slide is just showing you our valued partnership. So we, of course, are, we serve you, not shareholders. We feel that we are the right fit for the city, not only because of our municipal officials on our board, but all of the benefits and rates that we're able to offer, again, year over year. So that's all I have. Are there any questions for me?
Does the council have questions for her? Okay.
Like
Peter?
that. Just, I'll add one quick thing. So yeah, we've been with them for over 7 years. They're part of TML, although it's TX Health Pool. I guess they renamed.
Yes.
But TML is awesome. You know, a lot of cities I've worked for had them, and they're great. They give credits. They used to before the longer you stayed with them. COVID kind of messed it up, but they are getting back to it, which is awesome. No other place provides that, you know, for longevity and loyalty. But yeah, like she was saying, their board consists of other cities and mayors and councilors that run this thing, so they are all of the same mind how this operates, looking out for their employees, and it's a great program. So this is a renewal notice is what this is, and I asked for her to give a presentation because I just wanted for everyone to see what you're getting for the services. I think it's a really good service that they provide, and it's hard to find stuff like this on the private market. But they are, again, just to recap, there is no rate increase this year, so it's the same price. and a lot of them are not doing that. That's the first time I heard no rate increase since pre-COVID. I'm serious. Everywhere I've worked, I've always heard rate increase every year. This is the first time I've heard it, and I don't know how long. Also, the employees' coverage will remain the same, but there will be new things added. And she covered what some of those things are, some really neat things.
Okay, Mr. Wiggins, you had a question?
I get this thing on. Do y'all come up, make yourself available to our employees if they need help, want a question to ask, especially with the new items coming out? Do y'all come up here and schedule a day for like a little session?
Yeah.
So to speak?
That's a great
Oh, do
question.
they? Okay.
Yes, we,
Okay.
I was recently assigned to y'all's group last year, and I worked with Esther, and we had an education meeting with the employees
Okay.
last year. We're
Right.
happy to do it again this year, especially to roll out the new benefits. So
Right.
whatever y'all need, we'll make it happen.
Yeah, they sign up for the screening. Just give you a little more detail. And how
Okay.
much do they earn if they do the screening?
So there's a few steps behind it. They'd have to go through the screening and then receive their results and schedule the consultation. But once they do that, then they would earn $150.
Yeah. The employees really like it.
Yeah.
And covered spouses.
Yeah, and spouses.
Okay.
Any-
It-
Mr. Wiggins?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve a renewal notice and benefits verification form through Texas Health
Okay.
Benefits Pool.
Good. I have a second. Mr. Prater?
Yes.
All in favor? Okay. Okay, thank you. It's not unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank
All right. Thank you, ma'am, so much for coming out tonight and explaining this to everyone. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna keep on going here. All right, C, I think it's one we're on. Yep, B, C. Okay, council to discuss, consider, and probably take action regarding the McLennan County Rural Transit District ballot for Place 5, Precinct 1. Okay, do we have anybody here to speak on this item? If not, Lawrence, do you want to say something about it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. So we've got an email from Transit District Ballot Place 5 with McLennan County Rural Transit. They said, please follow instructions. And basically, each city gets 20 votes. We can put 10 of those votes to our own city's nominee, who happens to be Justin Richardson. No more than that. And then the city can cast its remaining votes for the other candidates or divide its votes between the candidates as it sees fit. And then we must return this ballot to the county judge's office. The nominee with the highest total will be selected to fill the region's place. If there's a tie, the county judge will cast a vote to break the tie.
All right, is anybody? Okay, Mr. Wiggins?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand until.
That's okay.
As you just get
That's
ready to
all
bring
right.
it down.
I'd like to, let's place 10 votes toward Mr. Richardson, and then I'm gonna say split the other 10, 5 and 5 is my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all right, and Mr. Wiggins and who done
did,
second?
yes.
Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Richardson done second. And, okay, all in favor of doing it that way? Unanimous, okay? Any other discussions on it or anything, okay? All right, here we go right along. All right, going down to D. Let me get all this going here. Council to discuss, consider, and probably take action to approve Resolution R 06-25-26-1, adopting the procedure of conducting meetings of the City Hall Council of Boards and Commissions of the city. Do we have somebody here to speak on this item?
Mayor Owens, can I bring up a point of order?
Okay, I'm so sorry. Yes, sir.
I've just a request, like it's been about an hour in, this agenda item could prove quite lengthy. Do you want to take like a 5-10 minute break?
Sure,
Let
let's
everybody
do
stretch
that.
their legs
All
before we
right.
get into it?
Yes, sir, that'd be great. All right, it is now 7 p.m. and we're going to take about a 5-10 minute break, okay? We'll be right back shortly. Thank you. Meeting back in order. Everybody is in here. We got everybody. Lawrence will be back in just a second. He just stepped out for a second. Okay. He went to get his papers gathered up, and where is my, did somebody come and get it? I had my speech all written for me and everything. Where did it go?
What's on the floor? He said something's on the floor?
Something's on the floor. That's probably my speech. No, I don't know what it is.
I want to see this. No, your speech.
We need USB ports up there.
It's not up there, is it?
We need USB ports.
Yes, it is. See, it's written in red, what I'm gonna say. I have a good team. Okay. All right, Mr. Lawrence, where are you at? He should be here in just a second. Oh, well, I know. Here he comes. Okay. All right. Going right along here. Council to discuss, consider, and probably take action to approve, to adopt the procedure of conducting meetings of the city council and of boards and commission of the city, resolution R 0625261. And Lawrence, I believe it's you that has the information on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
So how do I want to start with this? They,
Be nice.
So history on this is we did a workshop April 30th. Had quite a good showing. Got community consensus on building a nice product for how our first city's parliamentary procedure would take place. Of course, parliamentary procedures have to follow our already existing state law and ordinances. So essentially, what this document does is it already combines, there's so many different places of state law on how meetings are ran, Texas Open Meetings Act and local government code, and then also all of our city ordinances, puts everything together in one document that's easy for everyone to access and see how we're gonna run a meeting. All of that was provided in a meeting, plus community feedback on all sorts of topics, a lot of it with audience interaction, presenter interaction, staff interaction, all these different categories. We discussed it for a little over 3 hours and pretty much came up with this product. We don't have a formal procedure. This would be the first, and this was brought forward last meeting, May, I'm trying to remember the exact date, but it did not get adopted. So after that meeting, I asked council, well, at that meeting, I asked council to send me all of their proposed revisions for the document we created with the community. I did hear from 3 city councilors, and so we'll go over those items today with all the different requests towards this document we built with the community. And I do want to address, and I've had some questions, you know, from the community. Where are all the different areas whenever the audience or audience members have an ability to address city council? So I wanted to go back through this document. This is the original document. And I wanted to highlight every area that the community actually has the ability to come to speak to the city council directly. And I want to remind everyone that you don't have to just choose one. You can literally do, one person can literally do every one of these. And that's just the one person that's in the audience. There's a lot of you. So your first time to, if you'd like to address the city council, is at community announcements. That's number 1. Number 2, citizen comments and reports. That was requested to be added back in. Number 3, consent agenda. Anyone can sign up to speak to that. Items for consideration, anyone can sign up to speak to that. Staff reports, anyone can speak, sign up to speak to that. Let me back up to items for consideration. Just like tonight, we have multiple items for consideration. So you could sign up to speak to, we have, I think, like 6 tonight. You can sign up to speak to all 6. We have executive session. You can sign up to speak to that. We have the reconvening of executive session. After executive session, you can sign up to speak to that. You can sign up to speak to adjournment if you wanted to. So, ongoing, that was the actual agenda. What we're moving on to is the next section that we really got a lot of feedback with the community on. And now is, how does the flow of our meeting go, the parliamentary procedure? And again, we have to follow state law. And so we built this with state law in mind, existing ordinances in mind, and what the community is requesting. And we created this document. A lot of hard work, and I thought it was a good product. So section 2 is items for consideration. That's what that's about, right? So let's back up. Where's items for consideration? It's right here, item 8. That's whenever we're literally doing what we're doing now. Like right now, this is item 7D. So to hear this, once we adopt it, this would be the flow of the meeting, how the mayor would run the meeting, because the mayor is always in charge by state law. Chair will read items, see that right there? Chair will ask staff to give presentation, right? So everything's going accordingly, how we usually do things. So again, I wanted to point out, while we're hearing an item, like let's pretend we're hearing this item right now, which we are. After I give my presentation, look, it's right here, staff to give presentation, that's where we're at right now, right, in the flow. So after my presentation, then we'll go on down, where can the audience then chime back in? And this is in the existing ordinance that we presented, nothing changed. If there is a presenter other than a staff member, chair will ask presenter to make a presentation regarding such item. They have 10 minutes. I would argue that anyone from the audience could actually speak there. Right here at number 10, chair will individually call every person who completed a speaker's card regarding the item. They get 5 minutes. Chair will then ask members of the body if they have any questions or comments of the individual. Then chair will call each individual who completed a speaker's card to repeat the above process until all individuals had an opportunity to address body. So this is now number 10. This is the 11th time you can address the board. After all individuals who did a speaker card had an opportunity to address the body, the chair will ask if there are any other members of the audience who would like to address the body regarding the current item. So this is just double checking. If there's more people, come on forward. After the individual has exhausted their 5 minutes or has completed their comments and questions, chair will ask members of the body if they have any questions, comments for the individual. Chair will call each individual who did not complete a speaker's card but wants to address the body and will repeat the above process until all individuals have had an opportunity to address the body. We're on 11 times. Here comes 12. During the discussion, so this is, if there's a motion, now we get past, staffer presentations, we get past presenter presentations, we get past audience presentations. We're now in this portion where if a member other than the mayor or the council makes a motion, that's where we're at now, right? During the discussion, because there has to be a motion and a second, then there's a discussion, a member of the body may ask city staff, a presenter, or an individual, who can be an audience member, who address the body to approach the podium and ask questions, seek clarifications from the individual. So this is where you can be brought back up again. If there's a motion and a second, a conclusion of the discussion of the body, the chair will ask the audience if they have any questions, comments based upon the discussion of the body. If a member of the audience requests to address the body, they will receive an additional 2 minutes to address the body. After an individual has exhausted their 2 minutes and completed their comments and questions, chair will ask members of the body if they have any question, comments of the individual. Going on to 15, chair will call each individual who wants to address the body and will repeat the above process until all individuals have had an opportunity to address the body. Moving on to the very end of the hearing of the item. After all members of the audience who want to address the body have had one opportunity to address the body, chair will ask the members of the body if they want to continue discussion based upon comments, questions of the audience. So really right here, this can loop again, because someone could say, nah, I want to bring back audience members again. I want to bring back staff members again. And we then end up going way back up here again in practicality and starting all over. You do. That's what happens. This is what we do already. But this is going to be the last part. If a member of the body requests additional discussion, the chair will reopen the floor for discussion by the body. If there is more discussion, the chair will repeat the procedure in G above a maximum of one more time. So then we'd go back up to G and you'd loop back through. So this is 16 times I counted where audience literally could come forward. But again, this is for hearing just one item. We hear multiple items. So there's going to be a lot more times than this. So with that, I just wanted to make it clear the amount of times I count that audience members can come forward. I want to give a little presentation on another item. So I don't know if you all were here at our workshop. Hopefully you were. I think you guys were. We had a great turnout. Got a lot of really good feedback, and we built it. I'll tell you, our city attorney, I asked him at the end of our meeting, I'm like, have you ever seen a parliamentary procedure being built like we have built here? And he's never seen one. I never have either. This is the most inclusive parliamentary procedure we've ever seen, and I like it. It's a good product, but I do want to point that out. I would challenge, and I do challenge, if any of y'all can go find another cities that's more inclusive than ours, I'd love to see it. That's a challenge. Go find it, please. So I want to start off with, we have had 3 requests that I received from different counselors. 2 are in your packet, so that's online. Everyone can see what those are. They're pretty simple. We had one that was a little bit more involved, and basically it was, if you boil it down, what the red lines were in this, the more sophisticated request for amendments was essentially anytime an audience member addresses city council, the red lines added in, audience member can address audience member can address staffer, audience member can address presenter, audience member can address anyone. And that's basically, that's what it is throughout the entire document, plus another section about the address. And then again, we have 2 other requests from 2 other counselors as well that we can talk about here in a little bit, but I'll start with this one that I'm describing now because it's a little bit more involved. So to consider the request, I think what we have to look at first, state law. And basically it does define in Texas Open Meetings Act. And again, this stuff I went over in our public workshop, but I'm just going to go through it again. What is a deliberation? According to state law, there's a definition. A deliberation is it's an exchange between a governmental body, a quorum of a governmental body, or it's an exchange between a quorum of a governmental body and another person concerning issues that the governmental body has jurisdiction over. Then defines what a governmental body is, and it's right there. Another definition that we have in here is meetings. Meetings are a deliberation of a quorum of a governmental body or a quorum of a governmental body and another person, during which public business or public policy of the governmental body has supervision and control. And this is during which governmental body takes formal action. I think that's important to understand right there because this is where our liability comes in. We're taking formal action in here, and that's according to state law. And that's why we have to follow the TOMA, Texas Open Meeting Act rules, which seems to be in the news more and more and more. This is, again, by definition, a lot of times you're going to see in here a governmental body. The governmental body is responsible. A governmental body, this is a meeting called by the governmental body over which the governmental body has supervision and control. So let's go on to Texas Open Meeting Act. This is the big one. So public testimony, this is where the audience gets its ability to speak to council by state law. Again, what is it? It's a governmental body, allows members of the audience who desire to address the body regarding an item on the agenda for an open meeting of the body to address the body regarding items at a meeting during the body's consideration of the item. You just see over and over and over that you must address the body. You must address the body. The body is the quorum of the council, right? That's why we have posted meetings. We have to follow the law. There's so many rules, civil actions, criminal penalties for the people sitting up here if they make one little mistake. And so, you know, I just point this out that this is state law, and everyone up here has to take it seriously. I want to move on now to existing city ordinances. This has been on the books since 2012. All persons addressed in city council shall be recognized by presiding officer, shall limit their remarks to matter under discussion. All remarks and questions addressed to the city council shall be addressed to the council as a whole, not to any individual or member. No staff member shall enter into a discussion either directly or indirectly without permission of the presiding officer. So these have been in place since 2012. Here's another one of our ordinances. Presiding officer of the city council meeting shall recognize for a presentation any member of the public who requests an item be placed on the agenda. No person who is not a member of the city council shall address or attempt to address a meeting of the city council unless he or she is recognized by the person lawfully presiding over the meeting. This has been in place since 1998. This ties back into state law. Mayor shall, that's a shall, preside at all meetings of the governmental body. So you just see this over and over. Here's CML's interpretation of a lot of the law. You know, mayor rules on questions of procedure at the council meeting. Under law, mayor is presiding officer of the city council. I also want to share this as well, that if a member of the public or of the governmental body inquires about an item subject which has not been given notice or posted on the agenda as required by law here, any deliberation of that or decision about that, it says shall be limited to the proposal of limited to a proposal to place the subject on the agenda for a subsequent meeting. So this is just telling you, you got to be very careful about what you talk about, whether it's posted, not posted, and that's why we have to follow all these rules. And I think that's why a lot of times what you're seeing in here is state law, and also our existing ordinances say that you're here to address the city council as a meeting of the council and of the body. These guys have all taken a training and they're educated on the Texas Open Meeting Act, and you know, it's actually a very serious thing. I then want to go into, we had a workshop, and I would like for Renee to play a little segment from that workshop that we can all see, because what I'd like to point out is we had a citizen who asked a very good question, and I think that this question and its answering kind of summarizes where we're at right now. I think a lot of the questions and basically the document that was submitted for revision is, can audience members engage directly with staff members, engage with other audience members, engage with consultants? Can they engage directly without engaging through mayor and city council? That was actually asked at this last workshop that we had. So I feel like I want to play that because I felt like we already addressed it. We then came to building this document with consensus with that understanding kind of already addressed. But I just want to show it real quick just to kind of relay where we're at and why we created the document as such. Oh man, I forgot I gotta do something.
Yeah, if you'll just switch it for me, thanks.
One. There you go.
that, and I had a question for him, and because I needed him to stop talking so fast so I could understand something that he was saying, and the question made a difference to me, the fact that he answered it, how the builders are the people that need the homeowners association. So can the public ask questions to the persons?
Making the presentation?
Yeah.
No, not of the person making the presentation, because the presentation has to be finished, and then they go sit down.
I mean, after it's finished, can the public ask a question?
No, so then what the public would do in that case, if they would come back up and say, I didn't understand what Mr. Attorney was saying regarding the HOA, and then the council
Then-
would have him come back up and
Okay.
ask you a question.
So it would get
Right.
answered.
Okay, so who would the public say that to?
To the mayor.
Oh, just the council
When you
would
make
do it?
When you have come up for your public comment part.
Yeah.
After the presentation.
Yeah.
You would say, I didn't understand what he was saying.
Okay,
regarding
so that's
this."
more orderly is all you're.
Correct, it's just
Okay.
more orderly.
Yeah, because in the end, the mayor's still always running the meeting,
Right.
always. So everything's pretty much addressed to her, and she yields the floor, takes back the floor, in one way or another, you know?
Yeah.
But we don't have these rules in place that we're talking about now, so now we're gonna be going in this order, right?
Okay, I have one question.
Yeah.
The person that's coming,
So I don't know if anyone would like that replayed or if they kind of understood. But essentially, we kind of went through this discussion already about how questions are addressed, and I don't know how you get around not addressing the city council directly per the existing ordinances and state law. But I think what I'll do at this time is yield up the floor back to the mayor, and I think she'll take public comments, and then we'll go through the process of kind of how I described, and go through the discussion.
All right. Hang on. Okay, so at this time, if anyone from the audience would like to ask a question or make a comment on what we've been talking about, because we're trying to do, I'm going to make one statement, and then I got another one later, but my first one is, when we was approached with this new agenda, a way to do agenda item, okay, as I said, I went and listened to several places. Lawrence had always been done different ways. Renee had she is still on the council in McGregor. So everything is, they were bringing all the new stuff in. So we wanted to try to make this, and they talked to me about it, wanted to kind of have a way to make our meetings more orderly. And so we had brought all this up. So that was the first one that we had here. Then I refused a citizen from asking because I was told to do that. And then, but after the agenda was over, it was all chaos. I mean, it was like, what have we done? We've done these changes and we shouldn't do it. That's when I approached the gentleman that I told couldn't ask a question. I didn't tell him he couldn't, I just shook my head at him. So I went to him and told him this will not happen again, that people's going to have their voice. I promise we're going to do it. We are going to change some stuff, but they're going to be able to talk. So ever since that time, we have changed it to where people can talk, and that's why we had this meeting, so everybody could give us their opinions. We took everybody's opinion, we put it on this piece of paper, what everybody wanted, and now we're back here today, they're discussing but that's not right, but this is what everybody wanted. So that's why we're taking questions now, if they have anybody who want to talk about it. And then I'm going to come back, I have something on about Facebook that my attorney and I have talked about. Not these attorneys, my attorney. So, but anyway, so does anybody have questions? I think, Joyce, you signed up to speak?
I was at the, is that on? Am I on? I was at the workshop. It was a very good workshop. It was a very long workshop, but it was a very good workshop. And after reading what was online, the only thing I did not like that I thought we had come to a bit of an understanding on was allowing folks to ask questions of the presenter. And I want to ask the lawyer, is it against the law for a audience member to ask a question of a presenter?
Okay, are you giving up your few minutes to speak, to have your question, or you want to go ahead and give us your, you want to go ahead and do your
Well,
minutes
I can
and
go-
then ask a question?
Okay, I just,
I mean, you're welcome to ask the question, but we don't want to take away your 3 minutes. You
Okay,
have 3
okay.
minutes to talk to us.
okay.
And then we, you know,
It was my understanding that the audience would be able to ask presenters directly, like, say, Eagle Prairie's here, and they're talking about what they're going to do over there with the housing addition. And me and maybe somebody else has a question. They didn't understand something they said, or they wanted further information. Then my understanding was that we would have an opportunity to ask them those questions. And the way this is written, it says the body, the body, the body, the body. And the body is the council, not the presenter. So why do we have to ask the council's permission to ask a question of the presenter? That's what I'm not understanding. That's what I don't like. Because I feel like when we, the audience, the people of this community, have questions, then we should be allowed to ask them, whether it's a question of the council or a question of a staff member or a question of a presenter. And that is not in here. It's not in here. It's only the council. We can only address the council. And then, if the council decides it's okay, we might get our answer. I don't like that. I don't think that's fair to the people, to this community, and that we should have a provision in here, some kind of addition that says that we also can ask questions. If it's not against the law, I mean, I don't know the law, but if it's not against the law for a person to ask a question of a presenter in a city council meeting, then I feel like it's only right that the people be allowed that voice to ask that question and get that answer when they, right then, not have to wait and ask the council, not have to wait a week later and the council send them an email or something. But right then, while the presenter, the engineer is there, the builder is there, the electrical infrastructure person is there, that we should have the right to do that. And that just, I hope you consider that, the will of the people, the rights of the people to do that, because they are paying attention to how y'all are voting.
Right. Now you have your question for the attorney.
Is it against the law?
Is there anything that makes that absolutely unlawful? The answer is no. But just because something is not unlawful doesn't mean that it's a good practice. And so, as Lawrence has pointed out, this is both statutorily and in our city ordinances, this is a meeting of the body. Not that the public doesn't have an opportunity to address the council, as Lawrence has pointed out, there's plenty of opportunities to address the council, but there also needs to be some order. You don't want a free-for-all. Now, so you're talking about you. You're a member of the community, right? And so you're wanting the opportunity for to be able to address somebody directly. Should a First Amendment auditor have the same opportunity to address the police chief or to our public works director and ask them questions to try to set them up, to try to create precedent, to try to do liability? I mean, how do you police? If you're going to allow it for one person, you have to allow it for every person. And so the best way to do it is it may be a little bit of an inconvenience for a member of the public to have to come to the council address, and then the council would have to ask that question. Maybe a little bit of inconvenience, but it also protects the city from the potential of liability. I have seen it firsthand I was a council member in Cedar Park. I've seen it firsthand where we had somebody come in who tried to trap a city employee into getting to say something that was contrary to the law. And we just need to be very, very careful that we don't allow that interaction. And if you do look at state law, so to say it's unlawful, if you look at state law, it's clear that all the addressing goes towards the body. Now, is there a penalty for it? Are you going to get arrested or thrown out? No, there's not anything like that. But like I said, just because it's not unlawful doesn't mean that it's the best practice. We want to protect the city from liability. We want to try to keep it orderly. And as I said, that may be great for you as a member of the citizen, but is that same thing available for somebody who's from Detroit, Michigan, who wants to come in here and has a beef with our police department and one tries to trip them up? If it's in our policy to do that, then we have to give them that same opportunity.
Is the mayor still in charge of the meeting, whether, no matter who's at this podium?
That's state law.
Can she gavel and say, no, that's out of order, you can't ask that question, we're not going to have that go on?
If you have a policy in place that allows that, then you have a situation where a mayor is telling one person they can ask questions, and because they don't like those questions, they're having to stop them to do that. You want to talk about getting on social media and having this blown up everywhere? That's the quickest way to do that.
Well, for years, we have, where we raise our hand, and the mayor calls upon that person in the audience, and then that person is able to ask that question, whether it be of the council or of the presenter. And the presenter has to, they present what they're going to present, and then there's a time where the audience can interact. And I don't understand why we need to stop doing that. Why can't we just continue to allow people to raise it's not out of order where people aren't jumping up and screaming questions. They're raising their hand. The mayor decides who gets to go first and then they can ask their question. It has to be done in an orderly manner, and then the question is answered. Why do we have to change that?
I just answered that. And if that's not acceptable to you, then we're not going to come to an agreement.
We've been doing this for, 40 years?
Just because you've been doing something, I hear that from cities all the time. We've been doing this for 40 years, but it's also against the law in those many types of situations. I'm not saying this one is.
It's
but
not
just
here.
because it's been 40 years doesn't mean that it's the best practice. And if you look at the ordinance, and then Lawrence came back and asked me, because there was that clip in there, and I didn't specifically put that, or we didn't, or put that in our draft. So I went back and added an additional section that allows for any member of the audience who has previously addressed the council, or any member of the audience could come up and ask questions of the body, and then the body has the opportunity to call back anybody that they want to talk to. So if you look at the way that the ordinance is drafted, or the resolution is drafted, every member of the public will have 4 different opportunities to address the body. I can tell you that just with regard to one item, so like this is an item on the agenda, if we were going through the policy, you or anybody else would have 4 different opportunities to address the council. I'll tell you, I haven't seen a city that has more than one. And so this city is actually very, very inclusive from this, but there also needs to be some protections in place and some decorum. And we're just taking the state law and following it. But like again, you got 4 bites at the apple for any person in the public who wants to address the council.
I just watched several items we go through several items, and we had presenters, and not once was the audience asked if they could had any questions.
For the presenter? Okay.
What if they did?
So I don't know if you yielded up your 5 minutes or not. I mean, you definitely went over, but I mean, the mayor can extend. I stopped timing you because I.
Okay.
But I mean, you can keep going. It's up to the mayor. But I do want to say, with your question, we haven't adopted the policy yet. So what we're doing is what we've always done, where everyone's, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you doing this? Well, we don't have a policy. Once this gets adopted, now everyone has something in hand we're supposed to follow. But I think we're just going to go through this loop of, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you doing this? Well, we built it, and we didn't adopt it yet. But once we adopt it, now everyone has something in hand that we have to follow. And now you can start saying, okay, you didn't do it. But I kind of feel like there's some confusion. I feel like maybe we should watch that last segment from the last
Thing again.
I would like to watch it one more time from that last workshop. Could you run it one more time?
I'm not confused.
Oh, she's not confused.
I'm not confused.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. Okay,
I want to watch it one more time.
okay. Okay, fine, thank you.
And I'll also say that the mayor did, after the presenter was done, she did ask if anybody had any questions or comments.
And no
and
hands
if
were
a hand
raised.
went up, I'm sure she would have called on them.
There wasn't a hand raised up tonight.
Did you have a question that we missed you on, Ms. McLaughlin?
Okay, oh,
Did we miss a hand raised or anything this meeting?
nope.
No, nobody raised their hand because
Okay.
we never asked you.
What? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Janie, can you get my phone for me?
Are we trying to watch something here?
Yes, sir, it's coming on, it's coming.
okay.
Yes, sir, it's coming.
Coming up.
Richard, after we get this, then I'll let you do Doris's, okay? And then we gotta do Mr. What's his name?
Did she still want it
Yeah, we have two more people, signed up to speak about this thing. And one of the ladies is not here, but she has asked us to read it for her. And so once we look at this, then we'll do that, and then we have a gentleman back there that wants to speak.
I would like to say something about it now.
Okay, yes, sir.
You say that we want to take your voice. The lady couldn't be here tonight, and she called me and asked if she could send me something to read to y'all. And I said, yes, ma'am, I work for you. And if I wanted to take her voice away from this meeting, I'd have said, no, I'm not reading that. So if anything, we are really inclusive of, you don't even have to be here to have your voice read. And just here shortly, I will be reading what she sent me. I may not agree with it, I may agree with it, but she wants it read, and I'm gonna read it for y'all. So you don't even have to be here to have a voice.
That's right.
And anybody can do that with anybody. They can say, hey, can you read this for me? This is how I feel. And I will read it. I imagine every counselor up here would probably
Do the same.
read it for you if you have a voice that you want to be heard. So I don't understand.
You wanna say something?
Yeah, I
We-
want to say something first.
We put on a meeting that we don't have to once a month. And you get to come, and it's not in this setting, and you can talk for hours. You can ask questions about anything. And it's normally me and another council member, and it could be me and any council member or any council member out here. But we set time out on a Saturday so that I can hear your voice,
He's saying,
so that we can hear your voice.
he's saying.
And that's, for us to hide your voice, that's not what people do. They don't set themselves up. You can come in there and bash me all day long,
Yeah.
and there's nothing that's gonna stop you. I'm not gonna stop you. And I don't understand all of this that's taking place on Facebook. I don't understand it. Nobody is trying to steal your voice.
Especially
All we're
when it's
trying to
not
do is
true.
reroute your voice so that we don't end up in jail for 6 months and a $500 fine because somebody wanted to get into an argument. If you remember back not too long ago, there was an argument that happened right here, between two people, and it should have never happened if they was addressing the body. Then them two people wouldn't have gotten into an argument with each other,
Yep.
is what we're trying to say. So if it was addressed to the body, then we could address the other person. And that argument would have never happened, and
Yep.
everybody would have been for the better.
That's true.
So anybody that says that we're trying to steal their voice hasn't been to one of these council meetings, is what I'm saying. Because you have every opportunity in the world to voice your opinion.
That's true.
And if you don't want to do it here, where there's not a whole lot of time to do it, once a month, I put one of these on. You can come talk about anything you want to. It's not an agenda item. It's not any other,
Right.
there's no kind of quorum. You can come and say anything you want to, and you can come to me or another council member and say, hey, I want this talked about at any time. It don't have to be during a council meeting.
Yeah.
You can come to my house while I'm sitting out in my driveway and say, hey, Richard, I want to talk about this. I want to put this on the agenda. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call Lawrence and Mrs. Owens, and I'm gonna get it on the agenda and we're gonna talk about it.
Yep.
Your voice, the only thing that is changing is you're not talking to somebody in the audience, so it ends up into an argument. The only thing that's happening is you're giving it to us, and that presenter just heard you ask that question. And from some way out wonder that we're gonna say, no, you can't ask that question. And if we do that, that's because you wasn't allowed to ask that question, or you're gonna get somebody in trouble.
That's right.
So that's all we're saying. We're not stealing anybody's voice.
True.
If anything, y'all have the most voice of any town around here. I went back and I got on YouTube and I watched meetings from Moody, I watched meetings from Lorena, I watched meetings from Hewitt, Riesel. I watched one of Riesel's. They don't allow you to talk to you get 3 minutes, and that's it. They get 3 minutes, they go sit down, they shut up, and they're not allowed to ask nothing else. So go YouTube some other cities and see if you can find somebody that listens to your voice the way we do. I'm done.
All right, and also I want to add a little bit to that. I don't pay much attention to what people say on Facebook, but when they start saying the mayor done this, or the mayor's doing that, or the council's doing this, y'all need to all show up. If you don't know the real facts, don't go on there and make accusations that are false on Facebook, because if y'all want to know anything about me, or if y'all want to know anything about the council members up here, please call us. We'll sit you down. We'll talk to you. I mean, the only person that's ever come to my office to talk to me was Joyce McLaughlin, and that's when she was trying to let me know that the National Day of Prayer was her day. Well, no, it belongs to the National Day of Prayer. That's why I put it on, because a citizen asked me to at the Rock. But when she goes on there and makes accusations about the mayor and about the council trying to take y'all's voice away, that's not true. So if y'all want to ask me questions, please feel free to come and ask us. My door's open. If you don't like something I do, you come and tell me you don't like something I do. We'll discuss it. We will try to find a solution for it. We will, in the same way with any council member that we have up here, anything with the city administrator. The only thing is now he's working on the budget, so we're trying to keep everybody away from him, you know. But, I mean, I'm an open book. I have nothing to hide. I mean, you know, everybody knows everything about me, because before I was ever elected, it come out. A lot of stuff come out. So,
Yep.
you know, I'm an open book. So please feel free to come and ask me any questions. Okay, Mr. McGruer.
Okay, a couple things I'd like to point out. One, we had a couple of meetings already. We invited whoever wanted to come. We had a real good showing when 30 people showed up and wanted to know information about different things. But we opened it up. You can ask us anything. There's only 2 councilmen there. It's not a quorum. You can ask us. We will do our best to answer it. We put on a PowerPoint show for people so they could understand where we are in our construction projects and things like this. But at the end of that, I put my personal cell phone up there, and everybody I meet, I give them my card which has my personal phone number on it.
Me too.
Not the city's. It's my number, okay? Richard, I think if the only person who doesn't have Richard's phone number is somebody who's passing through town. Okay?
Honestly, probably they do as well.
So, I mean, we've made ourselves available in a situation where, you know what? We were there for 3 hours both times for people to say whatever they wanted to say. Now, granted, we had a focus, but we were there. So I don't see how that's silencing people. And if you have to come and present your question to the chair who's running this whole show, dog and pony show we got here, you present it to them, and if you're asking a question about an engineer, clearly the mayor's not going to be able to answer it. You're going to have to hear from the engineer. Then she's going to call the engineer. She should, call the engineer and say, can you answer that question for them? But you have a structured dialogue now. It's not just an open discussion like we have at the forum. When we have a town hall forum, it's an open discussion. There's no, you have to address me before you talk to somebody in the room. You get to say whatever you want in that room. And we'll do our best to answer what you want. So as far as being excluded, I don't see where anybody's being excluded in this city. That's my 2 cents, maybe a nickel.
So you want to see that before I ask?
Sure. Yep, let's run it one more time, and then we'll move on.
All right.
If there's any other
And then we'll
questions.
have Mr. Prater do Mrs. Compton's.
At a point, it was about the deed restrictions and all that, and I had a question for him, and because I needed him to stop talking so fast, so I could understand something that he was saying, and the question made a difference to me, the fact that he answered it, how the builders are the people that need the homeowners association. So can the public ask questions to the persons?
Making the presentation?
Yeah.
No, not of the person making the presentation, because the presentation has to be finished, and then they go sit down.
I mean, after it's finished, can the public ask a question?
No, so then what the public would do in that case, if they would come back up and say, I didn't understand what Mr. Attorney was saying regarding the HOA, and then the council
Then-
would have him come back up and
Okay.
ask you a question.
So it would get
Right.
answered.
Okay, so who would the public say that to?
To the mayor.
Oh, just the council
When you
would
make
do it?
when you have come up for your public comment part.
Yeah.
After the presentation.
Yeah.
You would say, I didn't understand what he was saying.
Okay,
regarding
so that's more orderly is all you're.
Correct, it's just
Okay.
more orderly.
Yeah, because in the end, the mayor's still always running the meeting,
Right.
always. So
Exactly.
everything's pretty much addressed to her, and she yields the floor, takes back the floor, in one way or another, you know?
Yeah.
But we don't have. All right.
All right. Now.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Mr. Prater, Dolores Compton had something she wanted you to read for her.
Yeah, this is, and
Okay.
she picked the worst person in the world. She picked the worst person in the world to read this out. Just saying. So bear with me. Yeah, I'm glad you do. It says, it's from Dolores Compton. She comes to all of our meetings. I believe it's your sister. Yeah. She says, since I'm unavailable to be at the meeting, I'm sending this statement regarding the agenda item D. I believe that the citizens have the right to voice their opinion and participate in discussion during the agenda portion of the council meeting. I am opposed to any legislation or rules that would take that right away. I took part in the workshop at the beginning of the May regarding updating the procedure for council meetings. During the workshop, there were 3 council members that seemed to be okay with not allowing the citizens to ask questions during the agenda items. They were visibly frustrated with the citizens that were just trying to come to a mutual agreement and work with the city administrator. And council, which is what the workshop was supposed to be for. The city attorney kept citing examples of how other cities do things, but the city attorney doesn't live in Bruceville-Eddy. I've been attending meetings for over a decade, and we've always allowed our citizens to ask questions, participate in the meetings. We are respectful, we don't get out of hand, and we care about our city and want to take part in it. The council and the mayor are not above the citizens. They are supposed to be working for us. I'm 100% opposed to citizens' questions having to be filtered through the mayor or any city council member. I do understand that the city has an attorney who is constantly advising them on legal matters and how to avoid lawsuits. In principle, the government is supposed to be by the people and for the people. You all were elected to represent the people. I would understand if every question that is asked to be presented at a city council meeting has to actually be asked to council, and then the presenter can answer. That's fine, because I understand that the council and mayor run the meeting. But for someone to filter which questions are allowed to be asked and answered, that is not okay. I thank each one of you for your service to the city. I know I can be a thankless and stressful job. It can be a thankless and stressful job. I thank you for considering my opinion on this matter. Sincerely, Dolores Compton.
All right,
Now,
very
I may not agree with what she said, but I read it. Is that somebody that wants to take your voice? You answer me that. Is that somebody that can't even make the meeting, but we're still going to read something that don't make us look good? You see what I'm saying? Y'all heard what I read. It don't make us look good. I could have said, no, I'm not reading that. That makes us look bad. No, that's how she feels. That's what she wanted to put out, and that's what we did. So if you think your voice isn't heard, I don't know what else to tell you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prater, for reading that for Mrs. Compton. Okay, James Talbert, you have something you want to talk about? There's no, it's no problem, sir. That's no problem.
Sorry, let me get my breath.
That's quite all right, sir. Would you like to sit,
No,
down and
no.
with the mic?
No, thank
Okay,
you.
all right,
I had a heart procedure today, so anyway, but even without that, it's not.
okay.
First place, is every time I come, which is very rare. I don't want to come, you know that. It's like a bad penny or a thorn in your flesh, and I don't come here to do that. But something was of this that I didn't quite understand, so I wanted to hear it for myself. As y'all know me very well, I've been up there 20-something years. I never was in favor, and the meetings used to get pretty much out of hand. You, maybe the first year or so, you didn't do so well. Now you're doing very well. You're controlling
you.
the damn meetings. I respect that.
Thank you.
I respect that, because this sitting here, ratchet jawing and ratchet jawing on and on and on, and then people talking. I'm not against it. I want to talk too, but I think it needs to be limited, very much limited. I was at the workshop, Mr. Attorney, and you were asked very directly, was it against the law? You said no. Now let me tell you something. I know a little bit of law too. I sure you got courthouse doors swing both ways. All got an opinion, but I'm not against it. I want the people. I don't like the word you work for. Who do you work for? I don't like that. You represent us. And you don't know what kind of the people are thinking unless you hear something. That's all, but you need to limit it to a certain amount of time. Because look, meetings run on 3.5, 4 hours, that's ridiculous. You got a life too, and you're working for nothing. Most people don't come up here and say, oh, thank you, Mr. Prater. Thank you, Melissa. They come because of why? There's something going on that they don't like. I try not to do that. I try to be of help where I can. So all I ask you to do is listen, but limit it, and keep control of the meetings.
Thank you.
So I think I've heard that you're going to allow people to speak, but it may be in a different manner.
with a limit.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you don't got too many people upset and stuff now, but you ain't gonna put a limit on it. You know, then this one talks, and this one talks, and this don't me talk, and then everybody talks, and then they say something to the council, and they come, no, I wanna rebut this. No. We're not Washington DC here. We're not anybody else. We're Bruceville-Eddy. Precedent is this attorney knows stands for a whole lot. I didn't fall off the damn water tower yesterday, and I didn't come here to criticize you. I come here to find out what you're trying to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Talbert. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Wiggins.
Okay. You know what we've done here for over 40 years, people can say that, you know, that's fine, is that everybody's had the right to ask questions, and they didn't have to ask the council if a developer or maybe our city attorney or whoever, the presenter, I'll say, got up and presenting something, they could just ask them directly. They didn't have to ask the council to ask them a question. To me, that's childish. And for that many years, have many council people that's been up here, as many mayors that we've had, as many city attorneys that we've had, not one has ever said, this is against the law. We don't need to do this. We're going to change it because we might be somebody up here held liable. That's why you have a mayor that sits up here, and if somebody asks something out there and they get out of hand or something, that's what the mayor's for, is to keep order. And if the mayor fails to do that, which in the past that's happened, that's on the mayor. But we haven't been doing anything against the law. What we've been doing in the past was just fine. But now, what they're trying to do, some up here, is saying, before you can ask the presenter, or let's say a staff member, I'll call it, because a staff member could be the city attorney, could be the city engineer, maybe it could be Gene, or maybe it could be the city administrator. Before you can ask them something, you're going to have to ask the council first before you can ask them. Now, to me, that's just childish. I just don't see that. I think we need to add in here, which and that was part of my amendments, was just to add about the city. They hadn't even put mine up there, but
Would you like it up, sir? I'll put it up.
yeah.
All right.
But about the city staff, basically just saying the city staff and our presenter, instead of just the body, because the body, the council can ask the presenter anything, of course, you know, we're gonna have to find out. But y'all, excuse me, sir, I'll have the floor.
I didn't know if you wanted to sort
Okay.
at the top of your document, or
No,
where do you want me to
I'm
put
fine.
it?
I'm fine. I mean, I can start,
You want to start there, or go down here? Where do you want me?
well, I'm already talking about this,
Okay, right here.
so I can talk about that. But, the council is gonna ask the presenter stuff, and y'all are gonna wanna be curious, especially like the development, Eagle Prairie, I'll say, that was a big deal. And so everybody come and they wanted to ask questions too. Well, there wasn't nothing wrong with somebody in the audience, and like Ms. McLaughlin said, they'd raise their hand, mayor'd call on them, they'd ask something, and they'd answer. Y'all shouldn't have to ask us to ask them. And then, and you know how that goes, then they say an answer, well, now ask them, Councilman Wiggins, can you ask them this? You know, that, yeah, well, I mean, that's the way it's,
Yeah,
well,
it's not.
that's the way it's rolled up, because you have to ask yes, ma'am, it is. You have to ask the body is what that's the writing that it is. That y'all have to ask the body, and then the body asks the presenter. That's the way it's wrote. But anyway, you can back up there a little bit.
You want me to go back to the top?
Yeah, go back to top
Okay.
now. And about, that's not quite the top.
All the way?
Yeah, there you
Okay.
go, right there.
Right here?
Right there, where
Okay.
the red is.
Yes, sir.
And some people don't want to state their name, their address, for, maybe they don't want people to know where they live. And as our attorney down here stated, that's not required. And so I thought, well, okay. So to me, I was going to add in there, address is not required unless requested by the mayor or city council. You don't have to state your address. Legally, you don't have to.
Can I ask one question?
But anyway, to move on to that other one,
Yes.
the section 8.
8, gotcha.
Yeah, about staff reports. It says the council to review the reports and ask questions to give comments. That's just a council, so, I'll let you go ahead and finish. Y'all go ahead.
Keep going.
Okay.
You know what?
All right.
Settle down, okay?
Well, I was talking and you was talking.
I can do that. Just keep
Well,
going.
I'm
I can hear what you're
talking.
saying.
I thought the mayor was in charge here.
Young man, just keep it civil, would you?
I thought it was,
Okay,
sir.
guys, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah, I will stop.
yeah.
I will stop.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Anyway, there, I put in there about any member of the audience can ask questions and give comments regarding such reports. So you might want to ask the MRB engineer, for example, something, or Gene something, we're talking about something, and if y'all want to ask it, y'all can ask. That's the only thing. Okay, that's about all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Did you wanna read the other
Okay, yeah. So, the other counselor requests, I don't know if we want me to show them. Let me see if I can find the packet. Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
Mr. Richardson?
Whoever I am. So, I just kind of maybe kind of break this into pieces, like because it seems like we got a couple separate things to discuss and everything. Would it flow better if we consider Councilman Wiggins' changes, make a motion, deliberate on that, and then move to the next request, rather than try to mix all these requests in and try to do it all at once?
Yeah,
It's
well, that's what
just a
we're-
suggestion.
That is a good point. I don't know if Mike, you'd like to explain how.
The only thing I'd like to say about that is I'd really like to get to the point where we can make one motion on it, because I want to see multiple motions if we can do that way. And so basically it would be to adopt the resolution, and if there's any changes, so what you'd have is you have a motion, and you would say that changes A, B, and C. And then if there's a second for that, then we can vote, or we can discuss it and then vote. I would prefer that than just kind of piecemeal.
Okay, I'm happy to do it however you
But
want.
we can have, as the discussions go, we can have discussions about specific items in that once we have a motion in place.
So last thing I'll point out is the two other requests I received, one from Councilman Richardson and the mayor to remove the section on council comments for future items at the end, but then also to add back in community announcements. So that is the three. Those two, just two short emails, and then the larger document that Councilman Wiggins created here with the different sections. I will say where it says address not required unless requested of the mayor, I don't know if that makes it required at that point. Yeah.
I would actually argue that language is more constrictive than what was previously, because this is just a statement that the mayor's going to read. The people don't have to give their address, but this is now saying it's required if it's requested. So I actually don't like that language
Yeah.
because
They
it makes it a
shouldn't have to give
requirement.
their address if they don't.
Right, if
Right.
they don't want to, they shouldn't have to.
Yeah, although it says please state, they don't have to. No one's going to require them, but now this says require.
But if that says, please state your name and address, and that'd be just when you begin to speak. If you take out the red, then aren't you telling them to state their name and address?
It says please, I mean, they can say no.
Yeah,
if
but
want
they,
to say no.
It doesn't say shall.
it says, please
It
state
doesn't-
your name and
It doesn't say
address.
shall, it says please. Mr. McGurr?
I think the language probably would be better that if you state your name and city of residence, you're not given an address. You're just saying, I live in Temple, okay?
Well, if y'all will notice tonight, when I
There you
ask
go.
people to get
Make
up,
a motion.
I asked them to give their name.
Right.
I didn't
You-
ask them to do addresses or anything. I said,
I
please
noticed that.
tell them your name.
Now, this section, this would tie in audience, basically engaging directly with staff. Instead of giving deliberation, whether staff, audience member, or presenter to council, it's basically a little bit of a circumvision. But I would argue that staff's now reporting directly out to audience or whomever at this point, not just council. So that's something to consider. Then in these other items, you know, it's pretty much, again, as Councilman Wiggins was saying, no more addressing council directly. You know, audience member can honestly just, we need to put 2 mics out. Someone on this side of the audience can start talking to this side of the audience, and we're just sitting back until y'all are done. Is how that can actually happen. So the whole point of my presentation was I kept showing what the governmental code says, how this is a governmental body. You shall address a body, open meeting of the body, address a body, body's consideration of the item, address a body, address a body. This is like everywhere. But then we also have ordinances saying the same thing that have been in place since 1998. So my question is, if we were to adopt this red line document, we really need to look at, you know, is it conflicting with state law? I'm not sure, I'm not an attorney, but we definitely would have to amend our ordinances.
We would have to amend the ordinances.
Because basically, we got one right here that all remarks, questions addressed to city council shall be addressed to the city council as a whole and not any individual member. There's just a lot of things in here. So I just want to point that out, but I'll yield back the floor if there's any motions, questions, whatever.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Richardson?
So kind of under the, I just have a hypothetical scenario that our attorney can kind of speak to. So kind of under the revisions requested by Councilman Wiggins, say we had a bad use of force or a questionable use of force by our PD. All of a sudden, we're getting anti-police activists from Dallas and Austin coming in, and how it's written, each one of them would get 5 minutes to grill the chief
Yep.
over what happened. Whereas if it's addressed to the mayor, she could kind of cut that off and be like, we're not getting into that. Would that scenario be kind of an accurate interpretation of this, or am I off base?
That's a concern that you would have, that if you gave that right to anybody to do it, you can't limit and say, only if you have a Bruceville-Eddy address are you allowed to address. You couldn't do it that way. And I've seen the people like that, and it could go for police, it could go for public works, it could go for several different things, that people could come in and they would have the opportunity to ask questions of those specific individuals. And if you cut them off, I guarantee that you're going to be on social media everywhere.
And these First Amendment auditors and stuff, I mean, they get around, they travel state to around the state to state. So I mean, we could be attracting somebody from like wherever that wants to come stir up problems for us.
That's true. Okay. Okay, you have a question? Yes, ma'am.
It's not a question.
Oh, it's, okay.
More of
a statement?
Of a statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Just regarding this, and I'm not a public speaker, so I wrote it down. So I'm just going to have to read it to you. But I wanted to start by thanking Mr. Wiggins for taking the time to review the resolution and offer suggestions, because I feel like input like that is always valuable to the process. However, I do think it's important to remember how we got here. Back in April, we had the 3-hour workshop, and many of you in this room tonight were participants. We worked through the details carefully, and at the end of that process, there was clear agreement, and we were all proud of the outcome. During that workshop, we also discussed who the public would address, and there was agreement that comments would be directed to the council, not individual presenters. As someone at the workshop pointed out at the time, that structure helps to maintain order in our meetings. We also received guidance from legal counsel about the potential liability concerns that could arise from allowing members of the public to directly address presenters. So it was not an arbitrary decision. It was considered carefully and from both a practical and a legal standpoint. When the subject of extending additional question time from 2 minutes to 3 minutes was raised, the group was given the exact option and chose to stay at 2 minutes. Several participants even stated that 2 minutes was more than sufficient. So while it may seem like these are small changes, I believe it matters. When people give up their time to participate in a process like that, we owe it to them to honor the decisions that they made. If we begin revisiting and adjusting agreed upon details without clear reason, it undermines the purpose of the collaboration. And for those reasons, I think we should respect the outcome of the workshop and keep the resolution as originally agreed. And I would also like to thank everybody that put their time and thought and effort into helping us get this the way that everybody wanted.
Mayor Owens.
Touche.
Mrs. Edmondson had her hand up over earlier.
I am
Did
so
you still
sorry,
wanna speak,
Mrs.
ma'am?
Evans, I didn't see you. It's just all this discussion and stuff, I didn't look at. Yes, ma'am.
I sit on the end, so I'm kind of used to these different.
Yeah, these are my eyes.
I think everybody's on the same page.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all don't want to be shut up. I don't want to be shut up. Y'all don't want to shut anybody up. I think the main change has been so that we don't have 4 people fighting over coming to the podium to ask the question that needs to be answered. I think the ordinance is attempting to have the presenter give their Eagle Prairie, and we're all kind of like going, I don't know if I like that. The mayor should then be required to say, does anybody have any questions? Then we all 4 raise our hands, and the mayor says you, then you. They need to have an opportunity to have a voice, but the mayor needs to ask the question, does anybody have any questions? I don't think that's in the ordinance. I think if you put it in the ordinance, people don't like change.
No, they don't.
But we can't have disorder in trying to run a meeting that's now run 2.5 hours. It's okay. We'll be here as long as it takes. But I think we're all wanting the same thing. I don't think we have any city council person here that's trying to shut anybody up. And that's how it's coming across. That is not the intention. We were all at the workshop that were there. We needed a little bit of tweaking, but everybody needs an opportunity. Limit the time, but the mayor should have the responsibility to give us a voice at these meetings.
Thank you.
That's what I think everybody wants, but it's got to be orderly. Yes, we've done it for free for all for 40 years,
Yeah.
but we got more participation now.
Yeah.
We got more people showing up now.
Yes, ma'am.
So maybe we need to change it just a little bit. Don't take away my voice. Okay? That's what I had to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I?
He has a question for you,
No, not
ma'am.
a question for you. I just wanted to read to you what it says.
We have a question for you.
It says after individuals, so this is both the people who complete speaker cards and not. They have the opportunity, the chair will ask any members of the audience that would like to address the body. Individuals will have 5 minutes to address the body and ask any questions. That's specifically in there multiple times, so.
It's in there, okay.
And I just want to say real quick, the whole point of this was to respect everyone's time. You guys, as ours, is to have an orderly meeting and have it efficiently and everyone be heard and we can get on out of here and not have the forever. But yeah, what Mike said is, let's just take a look at this real quick one more time. So you see section 2, this is, just follow me on the screen. Items for consideration, that's what we're doing now, right? Chair will read the item. And then staff gives that presentation, right? See that there? So if this is what we adopt, this is how we follow it. So let's follow it down. The next section is if there's a presenter other than staff, they will give their presentation. I will argue that can be an audience member. After that person gives their presentation, let's say it's MRB, not picking on MRB. The next item that would happen is chair will individually call each person who's completed a speaker's card. That's what we have to do. So we will go through that. They get their 5 minutes, says right here. We don't want to interrupt people. Let's just remember that, please. When you get your 5 minutes, we really don't want to interrupt you unless you yield your 5 minutes. then we probably sit down. Let's have the next person up. Let's have everyone come up. And if the body wants to ask questions of that presenter, it's written right here. Chair will ask members of the body if they have questions, comments of that person who just spoke. And then chair will call each individual who completed a card. So actually, we'll ask questions of you before you sit down, and then have the next person come up. And then after that, chair will ask if there's any members of the audience who would like to address the body regarding. So this next section is if you didn't do a card, this is capturing one more time, hey, we're making sure, because let's read this. Everyone that said a speaker card, you're here, you're up. And then after that, what's next? People who, we're making sure, is there anyone else? Maybe you didn't do a card. All individuals who have completed a speaker card had an opportunity to address the body. Chair will ask if there's any other members of the audience who want to address the body. So we go through that, and then we get into the motion in a second, way down here. See that? So we're making sure everyone spoke quite a bit before the motion and second discussion. And before there's even a vote, we're saying we're not taking a vote. Chair will ask members of the body if they have any more questions, comments. Do we have, right here, if any member of the audience requests to address the body again, they get 2 more minutes before the vote. And this whole thing can rinse and repeat a couple times before there's a vote. This is definitely the most inclusive parliamentary procedure built, for sure. And I like it this way. I do. This is the first time I've seen it. I like it. I really enjoy you guys. I enjoy you. I enjoy you. I enjoy you. I enjoy all of you. So this is fun, and I like this document. I think we're going to have good meetings with all of us in hand, doing the same thing, following the same thing. And if someone makes a mistake, say, hey, you missed item G, number 2, Lawrence or Mayor or whatever. And be like, oh, wait a minute, you're right. We all are looking at the same script, And I think that's just going to help a lot. Again, back to respecting all of our time and honestly loving one another. We get into all these little unneeded cat fights, and I want us to do more. I want to get past this. I want this town to grow. We can do some really cool stuff here. I like this town a lot, and I wanted to see some really cool things happen here. That's my goal here, and it's to work with you guys making that happen. There's no way I can do it on my own. I need you guys. We all do.
All right, I have 2 questions on the floor. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. And then you're next, ma'am.
I want to apologize for the social media post.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, I apologize for it. I see that I was wrong for putting it out there, and I was confused,
Yes, ma'am.
truly. I wasn't trying to make anything up. I was confused.
Thank you.
And I forgot about when we had the workshop, I literally forgot the answer to the question. I did, so
Hey.
I can't undo what I did, but I can apologize for it.
We all should apologize for everything. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Okay.
I want to speak.
I got one more, okay.
Oh, go ahead.
I got one more lady
Yes,
to
ma'am.
speak. Come on up, ma'am.
My name is Monique Sauer.
Thank you.
Would you mind if we did a little mock of the situation? Because I think it would be very helpful. So for instance, I'm the presenter, and I'm coming up and I'm saying I don't think anybody should own an iPhone in Bruceville-Eddy anymore. And I think they should be turned in by the end of the week. That's my presentation. Now, if anybody out here has any questions, I'm going to sit down.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Mrs. McGurr?
Hello, Council. My name is Danielle McGruer. I live here in Eddy, and I'd like to have Council address that last presenter, because if you don't own an iPhone, I've read an article that means you're undateable. So if we can address that issue as council, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Does anybody else have any questions on this iPhone? Okay, if there's no more questions, then we will, if the presenter wants to say something else before we take a vote?
My name is Monique Sauer, and I've decided I was wrong.
Okay, all right. Well, now, does the council have any questions for this lady about the iPhones?
Yes,
Anyone
what
from the
kind of phone
council?
do you own? No.
All right, thank you so much for
They
that.
can ask a question of me while I'm standing.
Yes, ma'am. The council
They don't have to
can.
go to you to.
No,
to go
I
to-
asked, I just got through asking the council, do y'all have a question for you? And I give them that authority to ask you a question.
I think, you know,
If
you
they
get,
raise their hand, I'll call on them.
you get your 5 minutes interrupted, and they'll confirm if you yield it. And then if you stand there and not go sit down, anyone, she'll ask, council, do y'all have any questions of her? Because you're making it pretty obvious. And then if they have questions, they'll ask.
So they all, just like you did, they come up here, they ask you, and then, do you ask it back to me then?
If you, your 5 minutes are up and you stay there, I think it's pretty obvious. I think the mayor will ask, and we need some practice. Hey, do y'all have questions of the presenter before she sits down? Because
Yes.
you can't go sit down and we can't say, get back up here, we have questions, right? But if you're standing there, I think we'll catch on. Or you can honestly just come back up. We have so many opportunities. You see all these numbers I've shown? These are all the different opportunities. You could literally come up to all 15.
Okay.
Right,
All right.
and so so you had one person who brought up an issue, but what if you had four? Would you bring up all four, bring you back up 4 times, or would it be better to have the questions, write them down, and then have the presenter come back up and address all the questions at the same time?
Right.
It's just
Okay.
more efficient that way. And you might have a question that's answered just by the process of that, so.
So say 3 more people came up, because you said, does anybody else have any questions? They came up, blah, 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 they went down.
Yep.
Then you would say,
Okay. First, I would ask you if they repeated the same question that she said. Then I would ask them if, okay, that's already been asked, do you have a different question? And if they had a different question, then they could present it. If they don't have a different question, then I'll tell them that that question's already been asked.
See, we're
And
right.
I'll ask for the next one.
We're right here. See 5 minutes? This section is chair will call up every person who completed a card, right?
That's the presenter.
Oh, you're a presenter.
She's the
Okay, let me back
presenter.
up. Right here, presenter goes right here. So it's staff gives presentation, then next down the flow is presenter other than staff. They'll get their 10 minutes. Chair will ask members of the body if they have questions of presenter. After chair and member have no more questions, they dismiss presenter. Next goes into chair will individually call each person who completed a card. You get your 5 minutes. That's what you're doing now, right? Each individual will have opportunity to address the body. After individual exhausted 5 minutes, chair will ask members of the body if they have questions, comments for an individual. So if we adopt this document, this is the flow that we got to go with. After chair members have no more questions, comments for the individual, chair will dismiss individual. Chair will call each individual who completed a speaker's card and repeat the above process until all individuals had an opportunity to address body.
And the chair is mayor. Some people, because I had to ask, I said, who's the chair?
okay, so what you're telling me is not allowed, that's been allowed for 40 years. What's not allowed is, I'm the presenter. I sit down, and then somebody here is not allowed to talk to me.
No.
Say, are you insane? Right. We all need our iPhones, loony. And then I go, you're not allowed to call me a loony.
That's why we're, right, that's why we're trying to get people to adopt this tonight.
And then another person's come back, you're the advocate and the mediator.
Yeah, somebody finally gets it.
Air traffic control.
Thank you. Oh, you got it, you got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank y'all very much. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
We appreciate
Yeah.
that presentation.
Because in the end, there's always a vote, right? It's a formal action of the city taking a stance that's formal, whether it's a contract, policy, law, ordinance, So that's why I think it's important to tell the people who are going to vote on that,
Okay, so
Yeah,
is
thank
there
you.
no more questions? If we can make a motion, do I have a motion to accept this as,
One
we got one more
recommendation.
thing? Okay,
One
I'm
rec-
sorry,
one-
one
no, no,
more thing.
One recommendation for the motion is.
Oh, I didn't see that one, okay.
Basically, there was a recommendation to add community announcements back in, but at the same time, to flip that, remove the very last item at the end, which is council comments.
Yeah, we don't.
Can I just speak to that for a second?
Yeah,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
I just kind of suggested that, like I kind of explained in the last meeting, is just, this is the end of a 2, 3, 4, 5-hour meeting, and to me, having that at the end is like, hey, let's talk about what we want to do in the future, it's just opening the gate for us to drag this out, and I don't know about y'all, but I want to go home at hour about 3 or 4 of this. So that's why I recommended doing that and moving the community announcements back up. Yeah, it would be covered under citizen presentations, but it just makes it a little bit clearer for people that want to do their announcements, and they're not feeling like they got to wait till the very end of this meeting to try to get up and speak. That was kind of my reasoning for that, but whatever we
agree.
want to go with, I'm happy with. I just kind of want to bring that up.
All right. Okay, so how would we want to make our motion, if I get a motion?
I guess the different options is you can make a motion to adopt existing resolution as presented from the workshop with the 2 amendments that Justin just mentioned.
Okay.
You know, removal of the, council comments, and then putting back in community announcements, I think it was. Or you could go for Councilman Wiggins' edit, or you could take no action and say we don't want any of it. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
I would move that we adopt the resolution as drafted from the workshop with the following changes. And those are to remove the council comments at the end. Council comments at the end, and to reinsert the community announcements in, where would it go? Back where it was originally, okay? So that would be my motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
And that was Mr. Prater? All right. Okay, all in favor? Okay, 4. Do we have an opposed? 1 opposed. The motion passed. Is there any discussions of this?
What's the motion?
And once it's done, it's done. Okay. I want to make sure I give everybody a chance. All right. So, moving right along. So did you get that, Renee, what's going to be on there and taken off? Okay, and that's the only 2 changes. All right. Now we're going to item number E, I believe that is. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action to approve ordinance O 0625261 regarding truck route. Okay, do we have somebody here to speak about that, Chief?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If you'd like, ma'am, I can give the background again.
Yeah, well,
on
no,
the-
we've already heard that, sir, but if you
okay.
can just make some bullet points
Okay,
or
sure.
something?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm bringing this back before council for consideration after making the requested amendments from last meeting.
Yes, sir.
And then I was also asked to kind of calculate a cost as far as signage and
Okay,
if we were to purchase barricades or if we need to purchase barricades. So
thank you,
kinda
ma'am,
what I've
for coming.
Kind of what I've come up with. I think we can comfortably be at, for now, just to address some of our problem areas, would be approximately 8 to 10 signs. With that cost, I mean, it would definitely be lower if we could utilize some poles that are already in place with signs and just attach the sign to the existing pole.
Yes, sir.
But I just went ahead and put the cost of an installation of a pole and a sign would be about $1,500 to do 10 signs.
Okay,
That's including the pole. If we don't need a pole, it'll definitely be less, because that's the biggest cost of
okay,
doing the signage. And then as far as barricades go, depending on what type of barricades, it could range from $70 to $150. So, if we got 12, I just went with 12 barricades, we could be looking at a range of $840 to $1,800, just
Okay.
depending on what type of barricade we were to purchase.
yes, sir.
So factoring all that in, as far as signage and barricades go, it would be a range of approximately $2,040 to $3,300. as far as what the cost would be for materials and signage and barricades and things of that nature. But I think realistically, you know, we could comfortably get everything that we need and probably stay under $3,000.
Okay.
But that's kind of my calculations that
All right.
I
Okay.
made. And then we can always, you know, my thought was instead of trying to, you know, put a sign on every street or multiple signs on every street, or just kind of hit our most problematic areas first and then just kind of reevaluate and then see if we need to add things later on.
Yes, sir. Okay, sounds good to me, but it'll be up to the council
I have a
on that.
question.
Okay, Jean?
What kind of barricades are you looking at?
The two that we're looking at were just like the folding,
Okay,
that,
'Cause I
that's
know-
like that just folds out, and then there's the other ones I was looking at was like an A-frame.
okay. Because the type 3 barricades, I know I bought 4 for off of Franklin Road when we had that issue, and it was right at $1,000 for 4 of them.
Yeah, and those are the more expensive,
Right.
those type 3, or
Yeah,
type 3, yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's why I was asking.
So we're
the
looking
price.
between 800 to 1,500 for, or 800 to about 1,800 for the barricades.
It just really depends
depends
on,
on-
or it could be higher, like if we were to go with.
Go with the big, yeah,
The big ones, those type 3 ones, they're even more than that.
Yes, sir. Okay,
So-
all right, okay. Council, do y'all have any questions about this?
I have a
Mr. Richardson?
Man, that's what brain did on my questions. Oh. So, with the signs or whatever, is that gonna come out part of your budget? Are we pulling that from asset forfeiture, or are we just using the general fund like this?
It can, or it could be you know, split it, we could split it too.
I'm just asking you how you wanna
It's-
do it. It's,
I'll just leave that to council's discretion. I'm happy, I'm open for any of those.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Any questions?
oh, one,
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Brewer?
I remember my second thing, Mayor. in a
Oh,
second.
I'm
No
sorry.
worries.
I
No,
didn't know
no.
you had two.
And I would just like to thank you for your role in supporting actors earlier. It was very good.
It was fun. What are the TxDOT requirements for signs and barricades would be my question for Chief Dorsey and for council.
Okay.
Only because I know that my dad has told me stories of seeing court cases where people did not follow the sign because it was an inch off or it was too small or whatever, and so therefore their case got dismissed because that city did not follow the state
guidelines.
ordinance or the state laws on those signs, and I don't want our city to fall into that by adding signs to poles. I get that that's a cheaper way to do that, but I really don't want to see you have to come into court and argue a case that's going to get dismissed
Okay,
for those
all
reasons.
right. Chief Dorsey, do you know that, what that is? Okay, hang on just a second. It's showing it to me right here. It says, okay, this is in the ordinance, that all signage shall comply with the Texas Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Device, TMUTCD, and where required, applicable approval of coordination with the Texas Department of Transportation, which is TxDOT, shall be obtained. So I guess we need to check with them to see for sure what, Chief, to see for sure what they require us to have. And then if it costs more money, then I think the council had told you or something that we wanted to do this, but it's still up to the council. But we can find that out, and that way we'll know for sure what price rise we could probably go for what signs ever TxDOT or whatever they say we need to use. Okay?
I think one thing too is, I mean, all of our signage that, at least with starting this, would be on city streets, so, I don't know that TxDOT
Okay.
requirements would really apply.
All right, on the stops,
Right.
on the signs, not the
Right.
barricades.
Right.
Okay.
For the signs, you do need to make sure that they're a proper height off the ground, and that
Right.
can depend whether they're in a ditch or, but she's absolutely right. I've had cases in our cities where they will come in and they will measure it, and it is 3 inches too tall or 2 inches too short, and I have to dismiss. Even though it's a great stop sign, everything else is the same, but since it didn't meet that manual, I have to dismiss. So we need to
Okay.
make sure that if there are specific signs with regard to these truck routes, then we need to make sure we follow them.
Chief has a question for you, sir.
But like if we're doing the signage just strictly on city streets and not on state highways or TxDOT regulated areas, then are we
Yeah, if it's
more?
still- yeah, if it's-
Yeah.
You would apply that to any street
Yes,
then?
sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike's right. Some of the larger cities I work for, we always downloaded this manual. It's a thick manual you download from TxDOT, and you can print it. I printed it once, and I got in trouble because I printed it in color, and everyone got mad at me because I went over the color. I guess there's a color limit on these printers, and
Yes, they are.
I got in trouble. But yeah, it's in there and it's thick, and we had to use that for crosswalks. I mean, every little thing. It's just best to do it for if you do get into the legal situation. We can say we followed this standard, because they're going to ask what standard, and then that's kind of really your only one, unless you probably create one for the city that we adopt.
Okay, Mr. Wiggins, you had a question?
Okay, no, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 006-25-26-1 regarding truck route.
Okay, and then, and do I have a second to approve this? Do I have a second?
I'll
Okay, Mr.
second.
Prater made a
I've
second.
got a comment too.
Okay,
on
now,
that.
yes, sir, before
So,
we take a vote?
will we get the street signs made for the stop signs and the street names? That's who I got the quote from, and they they work with TxDOT, so they're not gonna sell us one that is not gonna meet their requirements.
Okay,
But I did find something in here from TxDOT I'm gonna send to Chief.
okay,
So we'll make sure we get the right size.
all right, okay. You have a comment, sir?
Yeah, I'd like to actually propose an amendment to that, authorizing the chief to spend up to, not to exceed $2,000 for the purchase of those signs.
Of the barricades and the signs, or just the signs?
The barricades and signs was, because I think your figure was,
it's
his
around
figure
three.
was $1,800?
Well, that was for just the barricades, up to 1,800. It's just for the barricades.
Oh, and we don't know how much on the signs?
But the ordinance,
Okay.
in front of you is just the ordinance creating the law.
Right,
It's not, it doesn't talk
gives
about
us-
money or anything in this ordinance.
right, okay.
So,
Yeah,
so we need
so-
to leave that.
We'll just
Yeah.
leave that out.
We're
Okay.
gonna leave that, yeah.
I withdraw mine.
All right, so all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Thank you all.
And then you can check on the prices and check on the sizes and stuff of that, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, moving right along. Going to number 8, staff reports. Council to discuss and consider staff reports from the city administrator, chief of police, city attorney, counseling engineers, and department heads. Okay, I think everybody has that in their packet, but if they have any questions for any of these people, please, yes, Mr. Wiggins.
Okay, for the city administrator, what was the outcome of that meeting with Mr. Strickland about the well site building addition?
Yeah, great question. So I met with him on site, reviewed what we had in the field, and he made it very clear to me that this was already pre-authorized by council, and I heard that. But I wanted to go over what the scope was, because I wasn't here, scope of work, and he described it to me. So I was trying to figure out if there was a way I could save us a little bit of money, because what I was looking for was essentially this VFD, this control cabinet that works the wells. It's on the outside of the building. And I did talk to some other contractors because I tried to figure out out-of-the-box solutions for this item. And I was even thinking about how can I just take the window unit that's inside already and just ventilate via duct into that cabinet that's on the other side of the wall externally. But that would have caused condensation. I was like, well, what if I just bust a hole in the wall and open up the cabinet where this, window unit can get some cooled air into the cabinet that's outside of the building attached to it. And there was no way around because there was so much electrical on that wall. So I got to the point where I wanted to speak to him about, it was a possibility of just doing a small building addition, just a small little pad and a little door. So that's what I wanted to discuss with him. But he made it clear to me he had concerns with the roof It's a hip roof. The pitch is very strange, and he was a little afraid of if he opened it up, and we had some weird weather pattern with rain, which is possible, you know, the electrical could get ruined. So he had concerns, and I understood. So we kind of went back and forth about that. So he, instead of me, well, my request discussion was, let's just do an addition. He stuck with, no, we need to really build a building around a building, essentially, take the roof off and build a new building on top of this building. So that we went kind of around and around, and I understood his concerns, and we just kind of talked about it. One of the alterations that I did make, though, was to agree to what his recommendations were, but to shrink it down just slightly. Original scope was to remove that large green tank that's out there and then house some pumps. I talked to my public works team. We have no issues with those pumps freezing up or anything of that such. It's already in a nice enclosed tank area. If we had to put a heater in there, a space heater, it's totally doable. So shrunk down the square footage is all that really happened there, and I think we had a savings of, I can't remember, 12,000 or 13,000, something like that, compared to original scope. But I got the information out to City Council in an email. You all have it a couple days ago. I also drew out the footprint that I'm describing of the area and the change. All that's in the email with the minutes and the different cost estimates and scope and costs. What I advised Mr. Strickland was I shot you all an email requesting to hear back from you guys. If you want to cancel this project, amend this project, or anything, go look at it, let me know. And I advised Mr. Strickland, if I didn't hear from you guys, like sometime maybe by next week, then I'm just going to go ahead and give them the notice to proceed, because this was already pre-authorized, but I am getting it done at a lesser amount.
Okay, one thing in his bid there, I'm looking at, it said no wall plugs were discussed. Are we gonna need any wall plugs out there, guys?
Gene?
Gene?
I wasn't there at that meeting, Johnny. Was you?
Basically, what they're going to do is he's going to build a building around the building.
Yeah, so we won't need any wall plugs is what, okay.
If you wanted to come in later and outfit that building, then you can upgrade everything at that time.
Yeah.
But right now, they're just doing a building around a building.
Okay, all right.
But
And-
lesser square footage.
Yes,
Right,
that's correct.
and my next thing
Okay.
was on, Lawrence, what was the outcome of that, CCTV inspection?
Great question. So that's ongoing, and we've got a little bit of information. I've got just a few emails, but I don't have the full report. I think it's going to take them longer than what they anticipated to get this whole thing done. But it's interesting, maybe might be the best word,
Okay.
of
Okay.
the amount of things that they're finding. But whenever I do get the full report, I will certainly be releasing that to City Council.
Okay, another thing is, what was the outcome of your inspection of the city's wastewater collection system project and job sites?
Yeah, so I've been, as the project goes on, you know, whatever the issue is or just project that was ongoing, if I can get out the office, which I'm going to be pretty tied up in this next month, but whenever I do have time, I always like to get out and just go look at the field. I've been out to these sites, just looking at the infrastructure that's been installed and looking it over with Gene and team. They're there all the time. And also reviewed it a few times with the engineers. We went and looked at some sites and just had the questions.
Okay. He was still talking. Yes, sir.
Oh, when you're through.
Yes,
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. One of the things is Councilman Prater and I are taking this, essentially have already taken this off of Lawrence's basket, as it was, of duties, so he can focus on his budget. And we've done a couple of town hall meetings, but in the last couple days, we've gone out there and seen what they're doing as far as the project. I'm hoping this answers your question. But we've gone to see a lot of what these CCTV cameras have done. It's dismal. The problems that we have found in the sewer system, in the installation, are quite extensive. And I think, actually, Councilman Prater probably could speak more
Okay.
clearly than I on this.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
Yeah, I've been with the camera crew and Ron, since we started this on Monday. It's, very interesting, to say the least. We're getting a lot of information that we're gonna be putting out to you. Like, we do the town hall. I'm gonna try to do one once a month. And when I get this, I'm gonna get Graham to help me put it on. We're gonna all watch this movie. So y'all wouldn't be able to see all that footage at the council meeting, but I'm pretty sure that we can show you that footage because it'll be public. We can show you that footage at one of our town halls. So bring your popcorn, y'all. Y'all will have a
big show.
pretty good show on what's going on with our system. And I think it'll open up a bunch of eyes.
Okay, Mr. Richardson?
So I don't know if Lawrence wants to take this or if Gil wants to step up and take this. So far as the grant proposal for the new well site we're looking at in Falls County, are we still on schedule to get that put in? Because if I remember right, July is the deadline. I just want to make sure that we're on track to get that.
Yeah, I'll come back. I wouldn't,
Oh, sorry, I thought.
No, I was answering his question.
Oh,
so-
okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mayor and Council, answer your question is, we are on track. I put and I'm gonna explain a few things to you. You've got a set of plans up there. Those are still preliminary plans. We're still working on that, but I just wanted to get y'all something that y'all can look at and see, and then we'll bring it back at the July meeting and go through it, and I'll have a presentation to put up on the screen and go through it sheet by sheet, or however y'all want to work through it. The Water Development Board, this is that SB 500 WSIG grant for water and source water. And being source water, being a new well, a new source water, that gets you looked at a little better in the process. Historically, Water Development Board funding projects, y'all haven't fared very well with because of the AMHI, the median income levels and all. It doesn't bode well for y'all to get the better points to get the grant portion of this instead of you can get loans from them all day long, but to get the grant portion, it doesn't give you that. So the source water will help out. The other thing that we're looking at is what they call the shovel ready. That is shovel ready. That gets you 10 additional points in this process. That's going to be sticky to get. We're working towards that. We'll have that in, but that's got to be approved by TCEQ before that can happen. So we'll be going through that process, and the timing is going to be at the mercy of TCEQ whether that information, that approval comes back. But we will still be submitting it no matter what. We'll still be submitting it on the 29th of July. And you'll have a council meeting a week before, and we'll, like I said, I'll present it to you. So yes, you've got your audit ready. We've got the other documentation that needs to be done is ready to go. We've got to finish up some electrical and a few things here on the building that's out there, that will be out there on the proposed site. And so it's going to be tight on the application's going to go in fine. It's going to be tight on the approval from TCEQ, whether you get that additional 10 points. So I just need to tell you all that in person and tell you what's going on with that. But yeah, we're still moving forward.
Quick question, is this at 100% construction-ready documents yet, or is it still in process?
The 100%, no. Those will be, we're looking at next week, having them at 100% and submitting those into TCEQ.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, Mr. Wiggins wasn't through with his part. So we're going back to Mr. Wiggins.
okay.
Is that it?
Thank you, Gil.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's see here, let me pick up, have we picked up that generator yet?
That's a really good question. So, I'm working on trying to get you guys an update on that. There's been a lot of back and forth with the vendor down there, and I'm still sorting it all out, but that will be your next update very soon, as I'm waiting on another update. I'm waiting update after update after update, because there's multiple processes to this. I got to get an update from not only the vendor who's selling us that unit, and there's been a lot of back and forth, but I need to also, I just reached out to Matt Eden with Alliance Electric, and I called, I was like, hey, I need to know, when are you guys planning to do the quick disconnect work that needs to happen on all these well sites? And that's when he revealed to me just a few days ago that the parts aren't going to be in until, I was like, give me a gut rough feeling. He's like, maybe September. I'm like, well, that's the first I'm hearing about it, but I was like, I need for you to get me an email right away on this. And I sent him an email today demanding I need this ASAP. Reason being is once I have these emails in hand, I'm then going to be getting with TCEQ for another. I've been keeping them abreast of all this, and I need to talk to them about this. And then I will then take all of that information and get you guys an update. So it's still in flux, is what I'm saying. I'm still working on it.
What's wrong with the generator? I mean, evidently, we've already paid for it.
Right.
We've already agreed, we haven't paid them anything.
Yeah, so we do have, I'll tell you, the latest we have, they have recently let me know that we have options. But again, I'm gonna be getting you guys this update soon. It's still in the works in my office. I'm still working on it.
Okay.
But this generator, it's looking like it could be a limit essentially. So we have options, and I'll be presenting that to you guys here shortly. But I don't like giving you guys updates without solutions. So that's why I'm still working on this, and I'm pressing everyone to get me updates as quickly as possible so I can coordinate with TCEQ to get their finalization and then get that into your hands. So that's what's still in flux, but you will have that information shortly. I'm sure you've seen the amount of emails I've been sending out to you guys. I've been sending you guys a lot of emails. Believe me, this one will be coming too.
Right. Okay.
All right. Mr.
That's
Wick-
all.
Okay, Mr. Edmondson?
Thank you.
Back to the water well, are we still gonna put that in over by Duty Park? Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Here's the thing to look at, yeah. Does anybody else want to look at this stuff, this water well? If you do, I have another copy here to look at. Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, so, nothing else to go on that. So our next item on the agenda is the executive session. And council may meet in executive session to discuss any of the following: consultation with city attorney, Texas Government Code Section 551.071, and B, city administrator, Texas Government Code Section 551.074. And it is now 9:05, and our meeting is closed, and we'll be back after the executive session.
get the sheet around, sorry. It is now 10:06, and our executive session is over, and our regular city council meeting has started back up. So let me get that wrote down here, 10:06. Okay, and so, well, where's my glasses? All right, reconvene into open meeting, consider and take action, if any. Well, there's no action taking on what we was in the executive session about, so we're moving up right along. Number 12, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? And got a second. All in favor?
Discussion? No.
Well.
Anyone like to speak?
Anybody want to speak and discuss this? Okay.
Who seconded? Hey, Mayor.
It is now 10:07, and this meeting is now closed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Mayor, who seconded?
I don't think we voted.
Melissa? Yeah, I said all in favor.
Oh, yeah.